Okay, we will go ahead and begin our workshop. We appreciate those that are here early for this. The workshop is scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. It's just after 5 o'clock. This is a workshop to receive information concerning the Caldwell Housing Authority update report and Community Development Block Grant Program overview and draft annual action plan. So I know that we got Carrie here, I see, and Mr. Dittenberg. So I don't know who going to take the lead or how we want to go about this, but it's open, and whoever you want to go and come forward, please do so. Okay, we'll see. So it's up to Rob. No pressure, Mr. McDonald. Oh, she's joining at 5:30? Okay. So then that puts CHA in. Yeah, we can take handouts. And I think Councilman Doty is not available to be here in person, but I just heard he may join us for the workshop, and perhaps later too. So we'll see if he jumps on. So keep an eye on him, Rob, in the waiting room to see if he jumps on there. So. Mary, did you get one? Yes, I did.
You.
All good.
I like your shirt, by the way.
Thank you. Just pulled the tag off this morning. And I already told Chuck, but I wore my green FFA sauce with potatoes on.
I just won him a vote right there, didn't it? So.
Got a lot of points already.
Yep. Just a smart man. So.
Anyway, thanks for having me here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. As you know, the Housing Authority's got a great story to tell, and I don't mind telling it anytime we have any opportunity to. I just want to be able to communicate the importance of the Housing Authority in our community. We've been here for 82 going on 83 years. We're managed locally, we're owned locally, and the greatest investors in the Caldwell Housing Authority are public, and our city and all of the other people that we have an opportunity to interact with. So I'm here to give you the little housing sitch as presented by the Housing Authority. So I want to talk about a couple different things today. The first thing I want to talk about is apartments in general. And after we talk about apartments in general or multifamily housing, then I want to talk about the Farmway Village Master Plan and what we have going on there, which the city should be of particular interest in, and how the apartments or multifamily housing, that planning and that anticipation. That's right. How that planning and that anticipation of additional units plays well into the growth of the city of Caldwell. Okay, so recap. I was in here earlier this year. I don't remember when, but just a little recap so it's fresh on everyone's memory. The tenants of the Housing Authority earned $9 million in income last year. Over its 82-year history, the tenants have earned approximately $350 million in income, a majority of which is spent in the Caldwell area community for goods and services. Over 35,000 people have called Farmway Village their home, and it is estimated that 25% of the Canyon County population has roots to Farmway Village. And currently, rents at Farmway Village are not subsidized by taxpayers, and yet our rents are less than 65% of the market. We are the largest H2A agricultural housing provider in the state, and our tenants may directly support between 40,000 and 60,000 acres of agricultural farmland in the community. And that goes along and supports Caldwell's Farm to Fork motto, if that's still the city's motto. And then finally, Mr. Garcia is walking through the door right here with the most important information of the night. We have some other plans and stuff there that we might be able to put up there in just a minute. But finally, Farmway Village is right in the middle of the urban renewal district. the new urban renewal district and is a great position to help a growing community. So let's talk about apartments for a second. So if I have 3 different apartments up there, and let's just say for consistency's sake, each one of these multifamily apartments has 15 units in it. What are the different types of multifamily apartments that might be in our community? Right? You just look at an apartment and you go, hey, there's an apartment, right? What are the different types in there? There's probably many different types, but the most prevalent ones in our community are these 3: retirement housing, subsidized housing, and workforce housing. And each of those contribute differently to the community. And what we want to be able to do at Farmway is to be able to be the workforce housing provider of choice as we start bringing in more businesses, because every business needs a place to house their employees. And as we talk a little bit sooner, I'm going to take us back to 2016. And were you on the board on 2016, Chuck? Okay. Then maybe something that I'll show you will spark someone's memory. But anyway, so let's talk about those. Retirement housing. So your average retired person in Idaho, that's average, not Caldwell, spends about $63,000 a year, or contributes $63,000 a year in GDP, gross domestic product. And 95% of that GDP comes from consumption: rental housing, food, healthcare, whatever the case may be. And 5% of that GDP comes from production. And production is a broad category because it also means the sale of vehicles, the sale of land, the sale of property, other things. So as you can see, that there are 0 household FTEs, full-time equivalents, in a retired community. If you take a look at subsidized housing, each apartment in a subsidized housing complex contributes $200,000 a year in GDP. 21% of that is from consumption, and if you just do the math on 21% times the 200,000, that's roughly $45,000 a year in consumable goods, and 79% of that GDP comes from production, meaning they work somewhere, they contribute to the local economy. Of your subsidized housing, about 0.70 household full-time equivalents. So your people in subsidized housing are working about 0.75% of the time, working less than full-time for various reasons, and I don't even try to explore those reasons. But if you look at workforce housing, you can see that every individual unit in workforce housing contributes about $403,000 in annual GDP. 17% of that is from consumption, 83% of that is from production. And in workforce housing, 1.4 people in the household are actually working. So if you take a look at all these together, the retirement housing, the subsidized housing, and the workforce housing, you'll see that retirement housing contributes about $1 million annually to the GDP. Subsidized housing contributes about $3 million annually to GDP, and workforce housing contributes $6 million annually to GDP for those 15 units, all right? So I estimate on a conservative level that the Caldwell Housing Authority contributes to $100 million of GDP in our local community. That's a lot of GDP in our local community. So let's talk a little bit. Oh, if you look at this real closely, you'll get dizzy. So this is a hypnosis thing. I couldn't get it any clearer, but we'll move on. So this is the master plan that we have for the housing authority. I'm going to talk a little bit about the master plan for a little bit, and then kind of tie the housing that we talked about back into the housing authority and why it is that the housing authority is moving in the direction that it is. As you can see, that this is a fully planned out improvement concept for Farmway Village. As you can see, the yellow dotted lines are the points of access in and off the property. The yellow dotted line is pedestrian access moving from north to south through the property. And then you can see a bunch of other things on there, and you probably don't recognize many of the other things on there, but we're going to talk a little bit about them here real quick and kind of tell you what the housing authority has in plan, and kind of where we're kind of hung up in our operations and in our planning. So here, if you look, you can see that red line on the left-hand side up there. We have in our master plan spaces for 200 recreational vehicle parking spaces. So it's 200 RV spaces. And those RV spaces have already been approved under the conditional use permit by the county. We're about a year and a half into the conditional use permit of a three-year approval. So trying to work expeditiously to get some problems resolved. But if you can see the 200 RV spaces, it adds a lot to the capacity of Farmway Village. And we can talk why we're doing this more, but I wanted to share a little slide here with you. So in May of 2016, I stood right here at this podium, or a podium just like it, and I suggested to the city of Caldwell, to this body here, that if the city of Caldwell didn't do something to seriously consider the lack of affordability of housing in the city of Caldwell, that this would be the option for Caldwell. And I was called and admonished and told, how dare I suggest that the city of Caldwell would ever be a place where people had to resort to living in RVs. Last month, Housing Crisis says Idahoans living month to month in an RV park. It's everywhere. It's all the way around us. In 2016, would anyone have said, hey, the vast majority of our new residents are going to be living in RVs in people's yards? And probably not, but the writing was on the wall even 6 years ago. So where are we going to be in another 6 years? Who knows? But I have a feeling it's going to be a hyper crisis. And we could talk more about that later. But we go back to the RV park, and what we know is that the vast majority of people who are living in RVs are in the workforce. These are people who are contributing to the GDP, who are contributing to our local economy. And so that's why the Housing Authority decided, under the high construction costs, high material costs, that it was best if we pursue RV parking as the choice of affordable housing for many people in our community. So the other thing that you don't see on the map that I'm pointing out here is that the plan calls for 20 additional agricultural units. And so those 20 units can house between 80 and 100 more farm laborers and agricultural workers. Right now at the Housing Authority, and I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm guessing our request for agricultural housing is short by about 150 beds. So we have requests for 150 more beds of housing than we actually have. And right now, I don't know the exact numbers, Teresa, but I'm betting we're around 400 agricultural workers living at the Housing Authority. So we're still 35% short of what's needed in our community just to meet the agricultural need. So, and we also have 20 more additional multifamily units that will spread out through the property. And then finally, just some of the stuff that we're developing. We are putting in a new store, new maintenance facilities, on-site tenant storage. And if you notice up there in the top, in the middle, towards the right-hand side, you notice that we've built into the plan for a new fire station, a new community center, and a new retail outlet. And I think it's important that that the Housing Authority start looking like it's going to be part of a larger community out there with regards to all the development that's happening. And you know, I've been to enough of these meetings to know that swimming pools go from 2 million to 6 million to 8 million to 12 million. And I was talking the other day, and somebody said that they didn't believe that that was the case, that couldn't be accurate. But I was also here when the fire department was going to cost $1.6 million, and then it was going to cost $3 million, and then it was going to cost $8 million. And so I'm not sure how much of that is driven by the cost of land or just the cost of construction. But the Housing Authority wants to make sure that there is enough property set aside for public safety in the future. So here's some hurdles that the Housing Authority is up against now, and I'm not sure they're that difficult. They're just hurdles, and they're just things that we deal with. The first hurdle is math, and math, unfortunately, is math. And Our water tank was built in 1939, and it's one of the last of the original buildings on the property. The base of our water tank is 80 feet, and the top of our water tank is 94 feet. And so if you're figuring head pressure, there is 0.435 feet of head for every foot of elevation. So if you look down at the fire hydrant, we only got 36.5 PSI of water coming out of our fire hydrant. And so for those who are engineers and those who are planners or even fire officials, if you're here, you know that that doesn't even meet the code today for fighting fires. And we actually get to dangerous levels of water pressure with just 30 minutes, or 30 seconds, 30 seconds, less than a minute of wide open fire hydrant use. So part of my grievance has always been that for 83 years, no one cared, you know. No one ever came out and said, "Hey, Mike, we really care about your people out there, so let's make sure we, you know, update your water system." Never happened, except for when I want to develop and the housing authority wants to expand and add additional housing. Then everyone's going, you don't get 40 PSI, you don't get 40 PSI for at least 60 minutes. Guess what? You don't get any new service connections. So right now we're running on an antiquated water system. The Housing Authority has about 850,000 gallons a day of water rights on 3 different rights, and we're only using about 100,000 gallons a day. So we've got a lot of extra water to spare. The unfortunate thing is that we don't have a tower big enough to provide us with a sufficient amount of pressure for a project. So I've been working with the city, working with Mr. Orton, trying to see if we can't get the city to bring water services up there. And the city has included in, I think, their ARPA funding proposals for this next year to bring a water line in that direction. So if you were to look at the blue lines there, and I guess I don't, I guess the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the slide is off. The city right now is planning on bringing water the rest of the way down Pond Lane under Highway 2026, and then it's going to jog over and roughly take Gunfire Road and follow Gunfire to Racetrack. It's at a little industrial park down there on 2026, and then it's going to curve and go through right through Bennett Machines property, that their new property there, and then go through that little tiny sliver right there where that yellow block is. That is the Harris Mink Farm. That property. So one of our hurdles is getting the necessary easements to bring the water through there. And what I can tell you right now is everybody is saying, yeah, we're okay, providing we don't have to pay anything, and providing I can drive semi-trucks over this, and providing I can develop my own lot. So we're in negotiations with 3 different property owners to see if we can get the easements necessary. If not, that will continue out Racetrack to Gunfire, and then it will head north on Farmway Road, and you'll see that it comes up there in the top left where it crosses the Seabree Canal. Farmers Cooperative Seabree Canal. So there are 2 points of access into the Housing Authority for a potential water line, and we're working with the city on both of those. So the other, I guess the other hurdle that we have is I was working with this guy at Canyon County Planning and Zoning, and we were working really hard on our Housing Authority overlay, and then he left for another job. And so
an upgrade.
Yeah, an upgrade. Okay. So the conversations that I started having with people at the county was, I don't know, kind of blank stares, you know. So at least the guy you got that I was working with at least understands how overlays are intended to work in the planning and zoning. And I think he's a fan of the overlay process. So anyway, conditional use permit versus housing authority overlay. And Mr. Mayor, you probably know because you were the one that suggested that we consider the overlay in the beginning. But there's pros and cons. So the pros to an overlay is it allows development flexibility. You can build as you go. It minimizes debt services. It's predicated upon master planning, and there's a clear list of do's and don'ts in an overlay. The cons are it requires zoning law changes, and that's where the time and the reinvesting in bringing people up to speed about the benefits of the overlay. We would necessarily forfeit any pending conditional use permit. And of course, there's new county leadership, both in planning and zoning up there, and I think there's several vacancies in Canyon County Planning and Zoning, and there's going to be 2 new commissioners, and so there's a lot of heavy lifting to do to get the overlay back at the position where it was when Mr. Foltz was there. And then, of course, having an overlay may invite some sort of scrutiny, but that's why you tie your overlay back to master planning, approved planning, and having a clear list of do's and don'ts. So I don't have access to all the pretty maps like the city does. You guys call up maps and you show roads and sewer lines and stuff everywhere. So I just got to go to Google Maps. And so why is it important that the Housing Authority consider additional workforce housing? And why is it important that the Housing Authority strongly urge the city to bring water up there? Because of Project Bubblegum, I don't know, whatever you guys call them, all right? Project Red, Project I don't know what you call it, Project something or other, and Project Purple, right? All of these properties I know of are under option because I've talked with all those property owners. And they're bringing in labor-intensive facilities there. And there's going to be a need for workforce housing. I have another presentation that's probably even on the same thumb drive, but I'll spare everybody the time. Businesses and organizations specifically that manufacture products have a housing ratio, housing like a target, and they have to have 70% of their people living within a certain mile radius, 10-mile radius. And then they need 85% to live inside that 20-mile radius, and they need 90% to live within a 30-mile radius. And it's necessary for businesses that produce something to have that, because a single weather event might bring their operations to a grinding halt. So as you look around, the Blue Project up there, I know because I've met with the architect of that project, and they're bringing in a 600,000 square foot trucking facility. And they're going to have about 600 semi-trucks in there day and night, and they're going to have 450 employees working in that place. And so what a better place to have the employees of the industrial area around there to live at the Housing Authority, where they're not on the roads, they're not congesting our roadways. They're, you know, if we're interested in things like carbon footprints, there's a reduced carbon footprint. There might even be, you know, an accessible route to walk to work. And that could be the case with all of those as they develop. If the Housing Authority is planning correctly, we look to add another 172 units of housing over the next 10 years in addition to the RV parking. So we could eventually provide 300 more units, 372 more units of housing to the local community there. So let's bring all this back to this one slide here that we talked about, workforce housing. If the Housing Authority, in conservative terms, contributes $100 million to the local GDP today, what can the Housing Authority do in local GDP 5 years from now or 10 years from now, especially if we have additional housing? And, it's where we need to be for our growth, for our city, and the plan that the Housing Authority has with regards to the additional units and the RV parking allows us to keep our rents at about 65% of market. And having your rent at 65% of market is pretty doggone good in today's housing market. And so I think that's it. So I'm done. I think we have some other stuff on another slide, but I think I'm coming up on my 30 minutes of time. So does anybody have any questions?
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions from any council for?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Trotter.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Mike for separating the federal tentacles from this whole project, because I think it gives us a lot more flexibility, and you and I talked about that way back when in my first term on the council. Second is, I don't think this is an important project. I think it's mandatory for the future Caldwell. I really do. I'm convinced of that. One question I had is, on this, the three separate housing you have, who subsidizes the subsidized housing? How does that work?
So there's several different ways that housing becomes subsidized in the area. The first and the primary source of housing subsidy is through HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And so if you didn't know, Idaho Housing and Finance Association out of Boise is HUD's agent in Idaho. And so what usually happens is somebody will put together a development plan of so many different units, and the plan receives priority based upon the number of low-income people, the number of seniors. So the more subsidies you can put in a project, the greater it's viewed for funding. And I could be here in 5 years or 10 years or 7 years in my retirement going, oh, hey, you know what, you need to build this subsidized housing because I'm in terrible shape. But really, our community right now needs workforce housing. I'm going to let those people who want to build subsidized housing build the subsidized housing. But what we really need is workforce housing in our community. And so I can't deny it now because I'm going to say it, but I walk that narrow line between saying we shouldn't be warehousing people all in one area who can't afford housing, and we should be putting people in pockets around our community. And I didn't say subsidized housing, affordable housing. But the sentiment and the community attitude today is, you know what, we don't want a 3-story or 4-story apartment complex around here, or we don't want, and so that's where the Housing Authority says we've got a lot of land, we've got a lot of planning capacity, we've got a lot of area for improvement, so let the Housing Authority at Farmway Village be the place for workforce housing. But the second source of subsidy usually comes from USDA Rural Development, and they subsidize off-farm housing, so HUD and USDA is your primary sources of subsidized housing.
And do you have lastly, do you have a timetable on when you might get the okay to run this water line through these other properties?
You know what, if Brent was here, he could probably speak to it, and Rob may be able to speak to it, but what I think is the plan is they have some ARPA funding that was provided to the city, and I think that ARPA funding has some requirements, or it can't be used until like October or November. And so, and that also coincides with the timeline that the water is out of the canals in that area, because I think there's a couple different canal crossings. So if I understand correctly, and Mr. McDonald might be able to correct me, that the construction on that was probably going to start near the end of the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have
Yes,
a question.
Councilor Register.
So I'm still learning all of this, so I appreciate the workshops very much. But I'm curious, how does the city best serve you? How do we best help with your end goal?
the real answer today would be that now that you have Steve Foltz, is to find a way to annex the Caldwell Housing Authority so I can get my overlay done, like, really soon. That would be the best avenue, but I'm not sure the city can get us out there that quickly. When we built the sewer line in 2014 from Farmway Village to the city, that really threw a rope out there for future development. That's a tremendous thing. So I think the city can help by supporting our efforts to get the water line out there as soon as possible. If we can get the water line out there and we can do whatever we can through gadgets and pressure valves and backflow prevention stuff, we probably have enough water to sustain our own system. We just won't have enough water to support fire flow and to support the emergency use. And so once we get that done, then DEQ will give us the go-ahead to increase our service connections. That means we can add more units out there. And then once that's done, then we can start moving with the RV park. So right now, our only holdup is with the water.
How do we do
Yeah,
that?
follow up, yeah. Do you have another
Well,
question? Or?
how do we do that?
So I know it's in the works on that, so we can just follow up with Brent and Rob in that regard and see where it's at and move it out there. But it sounds like it's planned for this winter, which really isn't too far away. It's already the end of July, so we're just a few months out anyway. And so I imagine the planning's already taking place and things like that. If they wanted to construct in October, November, December, they'd be planning for that right now. So.
And just one other real quick note, I don't want to get into Carrie's time too much. When you start talking about the difference between conditional use permits and overlays, the conditional use permit requires certain development activities to happen in order. For example, with the RV park, the conditional use permit requires us to build $2.4 million of infrastructure before we put in the first RV park. And so what that means is I'm going to have to find a lender somewhere who's going to give me $2.4 million knowing that they're not going to get a payment for a long time. Those are hard to find. I think, wait, you guys got money, right? I should have had my last slide with a bank routing number on there. I knew I was forgetting something.
Might not like our interest rate.
But that's the problem with conditional use permits, is they require a certain level of development before. With the overlay will allow the housing authority to develop RV parking, providing that the number of RV units don't exceed a total percentage of 40% of the projects on site. So it's doing math differently, but it gets us there, and it'll allow us to build RV parking at 30 spaces at a time, 40 spaces at a time, as opposed to infrastructure for 200 in the beginning, so.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, follow
So
up.
how do you get the overlay?
So the overlay, there's several different types of overlays. So I think the city of Caldwell has a couple different overlays. I think they have the hospital overlay, I think they have the college overlay, and I'm thinking there might be an airport overlay too.
We actually only have one, the airport overlay. Hospital district is a zone,
Okay.
and so is the college district. It would be, to be honest, I can't remember who I talked to about, but it would be nice if those were actually overlays rather than zoning districts. But the airport is one of the, well, there's the historic, I guess, overlay, but the majority one is the airport overlay district.
So basically what an overlay does, Councilmember Register, is it gives you a list of things you can do and can't do. And it says you can do these 5 things, you can't do these 10 things. Here you go, just get a permit. Don't come to us anymore. But the caveat with the overlay is that it has to be connected to an official master plan or an official. So how do we get the overlay? We have the language is approved in your ordinances, and then it goes back before planning and zoning, and it becomes part of your master plan. So it's an involved process, but if you have the right people and the right support, it can move pretty quick.
Any other questions?
Not right now.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Yes, Counselor, all good.
Mike, you and I have talked about this before, and I'm in total agreement that we put workforce housing, multifamily housing around the city rather than concentrated in one spot. And coming up Once we get settled employee-wise, we're going to be redoing our comprehensive plan with that in mind. And I certainly hope you're a part of that, because I believe you really have a view on that that's important to us. But based on your situation right now, are you, I think I know the answer, but you're not relegated just to do things on your property out there. If you were to develop another piece of property, workforce housing on the east side or something, you're allowed to do that, is that correct?
That is correct. So that's the other thing about the housing overlay that is unique, is that once the housing overlay is developed, the housing authority could purchase another piece of property, 10 acres, 15 acres, 5 acres, 80 acres south of Nampa, and we could use that same overlay in the development there. Because our authority is under state authority, our statute, and so the overlay would kind of coincide with what the state authority gives us. So you're absolutely right. We could do that. And we could develop multifamily housing anywhere throughout the city. And as you may know, the county from time to time gives us blighted properties, and we have several blighted properties around here. The problem with blighted properties, title issues. Some of these, the property on the corner of Kimball and Chicago, over here, $254,000 worth of IRS liens on it, and guess who's not budging? The IRS. So it's a waiting game for us. But yeah, Councilmember Allgood, you're right. We can do development activities anywhere else. It just happened to be that the city council in 1952, anyone here? No. In 1952 decided to put the housing authority's eggs all in one basket out at Farmway.
Thank you.
I don't think any of us were around in 1952. Any other questions? I'm gonna ask you a really quick one, because I know we need to get to the next portion of this. The RV slips, what's the projected revenue that you hope to get from those once those are installed?
So once the RV slips are put into place, about another $2 million annually in revenues. And the revenues would far exceed the costs, because we don't have the regular maintenance and upkeep on an RV like we do in a fourplex or a multifamily project. So right now our revenues are around $2.5 million annually. So we attempt to gain another $2 million annually with the RV park. And just so you know, right now our margins are about that thin. And if inflation keeps going up and cost of labor keeps going up or whatever, our margins are going to get thinner. So the housing authority, part of it is selfishness. We want to generate another revenue stream so we can keep housing affordable, keep rents low, keep people on the market. Yeah, CHA is a great partner with the city, and just grateful for all that Mike and his whole crew. I mean, they're amazing guys out there. And gals, if you haven't had the chance to go out, I'd recommend reaching out to Mike. I'm sure he'd love to give you a tour, show you around all the things out there. So they do great work. We appreciate that partnership.
I do have one more question.
Okay, really quick.
Sorry.
Sure.
So do you need the water connection before you can do the RV thing, or do you just need the overlay for that?
As a matter of fact, we're going to start moving dirt for the RV park here soon. And so we're going to get all that, we're going to get the roads put in for the RV park. And we don't want to push it and have people thinking that we're going out of step with regards to the process of getting it there. But we're going to start pushing dirt around, getting the roads in, getting the RV slips identified. And as soon as we get the water up there, start putting in the...
No, that's been approved, correct, to the county to install the RV park?
It has, providing the infrastructure for everything gets put in first. And
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But if you had the overlay,
You do it piece at a time.
we can do it a piece at a time.
yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate that. We will move right into our Community Development Block Grant Program overview. Carrie, you gonna start us off? Thank you. Yes, I can do that. Email online.
So, I'm Carrie Foster, and I'm the Community Development Block Grant Specialist within the Finance Department at the City of Caldwell, otherwise known as Cdbg. I say that very fast. So, and Elizabeth McNanny is our works with resource consultants. She was supposed to join us this evening, but she may not be able to get on. So, I'm gonna start here. So basically, this is just kind of giving you an overview of what the CDBG program is and what it provides within the city of Caldwell. Multitask. So the slides kind of give you some great information in regards to the overview of the program. The primary objective of the CDBG is the development of viable urban communities, principally for low mod persons, through decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunity. Might go skip some slides just because of the time, but each activity or each funded activity must meet one of the 3 national objectives, which is provided by HUD, and it benefits low and moderate income individuals. It is an aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight, or basically just address any urgent needs that could pose a serious and or immediate threat to the health or welfare of the community that has occurred within the last 18 months and for which other funding is not available. And we kind of already went over the core principles, but a few other things is community participation as well, leveraging and working with partners, and just having that strategic and targeted investment with the program. CDBG does have specific ineligible activities. The ones that are completely ineligible is buildings used for the general conduct of government, general government expenses, and political activities. Some more vague general ineligible activities is purchase of equipment, operating and maintenance expenses, construction of new permanent residential structures, and direct income payments. It's a little bit more flexible in the general ineligible activities, but we tend to make sure we're not within those areas. And so we do have a 5-year consolidated plan that we've completed our second, last year was our new second year 5-year consolidated plan. And this year we're working on our second annual action plan for the 5-year consolidated action plan. And but within that consolidated plan that we decided, we did assessment of impediments to the fair housing choice. Some of the components in our consolidated plan was just executive summary, lead organization information, consultation process. We also did public meetings and comments. And we also looked at the housing and homeless needs assessment that we had. And then we did a housing market analysis. And basically the 5-year plan is kind of the strategic plan for the CDBG program. And then the annual action plan is each year we show what we plan on doing with the funding that we've been approved for to submit to HUB for approval. The annual action plan draft is available on the website. I don't have it's a pretty thick document, so if you wanted to look at it, it's under the CDBG page. It's posted out there for any information right now. It's just a draft. We don't finalize it until after our public comment period, which will end on August 4th. I'm gonna skip the needs, goals, and projects. So utilizing the funding, there's kind of actually, it's a triangle down. So first you need to, we establish the needs of the community, and then we look at the goals for the community, and then particular projects, more specific, and then the actual activities is what is funded after we've gone through a process of looking for subrecipients or agreements made with other agencies to provide assistance. So for example, a need was decent affordable housing. A goal is to increase the amount of decent affordable housing in Caldwell. in the project would be funding for development of new residential housing. And then an activity is to assist with acquisition of property for development of a multifamily housing. So it's kind of breaking down like that. And then this is the new HUD income limits for the Canyon County area. We're actually the income limits are for the Boise Metro HUD area, and we're included within that. So if you're one person in a household, your the lowest income you can make would be $47,150 to qualify for Cdbg funding if needed. So this just gives you a breakdown of extremely low, very low, and then the 80% sort of low annual, 80% of median within the city of Caldwell. And then, so some of our accomplishments that we've been able to do in the last 5 to 6 years, we've been able to assist with over 100 units of new multifamily workforce and senior housing. This number is probably a little bit higher now, but we were able to assist 10 new homeownership homes in regards to acquisition, and then we were able to assist the home buyers for those homes that are the low moderate income family that would qualify. Another couple other things. We were able to assist over 200 Caldwell residents to be still housed through temporary emergency assistance payments. So that'd be like homeowners or homeowners assistance or rapid rehousing. The doors within City Hall, PMZ, and police, and the community room, we were able to improve by using the ADA upgrade and have the push buttons to allow people to come in for that. The lighting out at Lions Park on the Freeport, maybe not Freeport, that was able to be done with the Cdbg funds to improve lighting out in that area. We have done 2 home repairs for 2 senior households that were a roof repair type and such, so we were able to assist them with that. And then, again, assistance to low moderate income first-time home buyers for some of the current events, as I call them. Our funding has remained fairly consistent. It was a concern this year that HUD was having it, we might have a reduction in our funding, but they actually did not, with the way they have a special calculator that they use to determine how each entity gets the funding, and it's very convoluted and complicated, but we were, because of our, part of it is the census tract and everything, we actually were able to receive more funding than last year, so, which was nice. We also have been able to increase our internal capacity, which is neat, instead of utilized, so I've been able to be incorporated into the program. And then we are working on our final allocations. We do have Cdbg CV funding that we received 2 years ago, and we are completing final allocations in regards to that, which of course is supposed to be COVID specific. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. And then for next year, like I said, we're working on our 2nd year annual action plan, and it's related to the HUD 5-year consolidated plan. So basically, this is kind of the budget that we've established within our annual action plan for the amount of funding that we've received. It does not include administration, but that is just as it is administration. So it would be for training costs, travel costs, anything related to Cdbg that is in there as well. So we're looking at, for public services, $75,000, and that would be resources to benefit the most vulnerable residents of Caldwell. Housing, that would be funding to support development of affordable housing, homebuyer assistance, and other eligible activities within that. And then public facilities and public infrastructure would be approximately, or for this year, it would be $100,000, and then approximately additional $450,000 from previous years. And the balance of the funds are for Arthur Street, the Arthur Street project multi-module bike pedestrian pathway, and then other eligible improvements for within that funding. And the last page is my contact information. And do you have any questions that I hope I can answer without Elizabeth?
Good. Any questions from the council for Carrie?
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Argon.
just off the cuff question, but
Sure.
I'm really looking forward to the Arthur Street. Is that calendared in any way? Do we know when that's gonna happen?
About the Arthur Street, when we know it's gonna happen, can I talk
Yeah,
about,
the pedestrian,
it's on the agenda right
Yeah,
now,
we
but,
just-
so right now,
Yeah,
actually,
I think pretty
we
soon.
do have a design and review agreement that we have finally been able to establish. It's just, it needs to go, for starting the design and review of the Arthur Street. So I'm hoping by probably next spring, we can actually start moving forward, unless the weather's nicer and we can start sooner. So we do have that starting finally. So, yeah.
perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and I think, Rob, we were talking about that the other day, correct, weren't we? So, yeah, it's definitely coming soon, which is great. So when we did our bird kickoff with the C of I, we took what will eventually be that Arthur Street connection. That's where we went to get to downtown Caldwell. So that's gonna be a huge plus
Super excited
that.
for it too.
So, yep. Okay, any other questions for Carrie? Okay, and Carrie does an amazing job. I know we met recently, me, her, and Carol with Elizabeth McNanny, and said that of most of all the organizations they deal with, that Carrie is right there at the top and just makes it so simple for them, and no red flags come up. She does an amazing job. So I know they wish that more communities were like Caldwell and like Carrie for what she does. So thank you for everything you do. So
And if you
much
do have any
appreciated.
other questions, please just reach out to me. I'm available anytime.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. I think that's it. Is that correct for our workshops tonight? Debbie's not telling me otherwise, and she's not listening, so that's all right. So then with that, we will end our workshop this evening. Again, no decisions were made, just information for the council in regards to our Caldwell Housing Authority and our Community Development Block Grant. So we appreciate that. And we will, again, end that, and we will be back at 6 o'clock. So we got about 5 minutes to get up and stretch and prepare for the rest of the evening, so.
Oh, enter that. Dave is very good at that. Gotcha. Huh? I wish the guy would be content with retiring, but I don't see that happening.
I'm gonna steal this while I can, right? Although maybe they didn't want me to say that, and I moved my microphone down by you, so you could have two.
No,
If
no.
you can say twice as much, I won't have to say anything.
No, steal it back.
I just, if I have to reach, I don't wanna knock over your pencil.
Yeah, no.
You've been here for a while.
I think so. So let's get started, shall we? Oh, sweet. Look at the new bikes in behind me. The hour 6 o'clock having come before us, we will begin this city council meeting this evening. We'd like to welcome everybody that has come out tonight to join us for this occasion. So we will begin this meeting with an invocation offered by Reverend Dana Brooks of the Caldwell Grace Lutheran Church. If you are here, I do not see him. So we'll go to our backup, Mr. Porter, Reverend Porter. So please come forward and offer that invocation. And then if all would stand for that and remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this beautiful day in our city. We thank you for the warm weather, and we thank you for just the attitude of progress in our city. We thank you for those that lead us, that will be making the decisions this evening. Father, may the business go smoothly and without an interruption. Thank you for those that are here and those that we are going to be honoring and accepting into city positions tonight. God, may you bless their next endeavors, their next careers. We're thankful, Father, for those that do serve so well. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Mr. Porter. We appreciate that. You know, I was thinking the police have their chaplain, the fire, maybe the city council needs to have you be the city council chaplain. So, but we appreciate you always being willing and always here and present for that. So thank you so much. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Yes. Aldred.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
McGee.
Here.
Register.
Here.
Dottie.
Here?
And Councilman Doty is absent.
Yes, he is excused. Yeah, I know had some prior engagements, will not be able to join us this evening. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any council members for any items on the agenda this evening? Okay, let the record reflect that there are no conflict of interest declarations. We do have 3 special presentations tonight, so we will begin with a proclamation for PFC Lauren M. Trotter Day. So I will read this into the record, and I believe is Mr. Trotter, Robert Trotter? Yes, is here in the back. So a relative, we'll have you come forward after I read this, and you can tell us how you are related. And I believe you traveled here from Oregon, if I'm not mistaken, to be here for this. So we appreciate you coming over so that we can recognize PFC Lauren M. Trotter. So this says, whereas this is a time when we remember with great sadness PFC Lauren Marion Trotter, who was one of the 22 Idahoans that served in the 2nd Engineers that were killed in action in World War I. And whereas it is a time to honor PFC Trotter, who risked his life to save the lives of others and was the first Caldwell man killed in action in World War I. And whereas this is a day of remembrance for the heroic service of PFC Trotter as one of the 5 Idahoans who returned to their hometown for burial. Whereas this is a call to remember all of our veterans that have served to not only fight for their own freedom and rights, but also those of others. Now therefore, I, Jerem Wagner, Mayor of the City of Caldwell, do hereby proclaim Saturday, July 30th, 2022 as PFC Lauren M. Trotter Day in the City of Caldwell, and ask the citizens of our community to recognize PFC Lauren M. Trotter Day and have thoughtful reflection for those who served and suffered so greatly. So if you'd please come forward so that we can present you with this, and then maybe take a moment of time, we'd appreciate that. And we'd also invite the American Legion to come forward on that to get a picture along with it.
Sorry about that.
Pardon me.
Find him?
That would be great. forward just a smidge and we get all the American Legion gentlemen behind you and, yeah, there we go. We just don't. Everybody say USA.
Yep.
That's great, thank you.
Well, it's sure an honor to be here tonight. My full name is Robert Loren Trotter, so he was my uncle. So I never got to meet him, but I heard a lot about him. Excuse me. My dad talked a lot about his brothers here in Idaho, so they enjoyed their life here in Idaho. My dad never was in the military, but he left here in 1936 and went to Santa Monica and worked at Douglas Aircraft and built airplanes for the service. So I want to thank everybody for having me here, and it's a privilege to take this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a privilege for us as well, so thank you.
We found another living relative of Lauren Trotter.
Very good.
Hi, I'm Robin Trotter, and Lauren would have been my first cousin twice removed, if you understand that. But I am a native Idahoan, Caldwell, born and raised here. Really didn't know a lot about the Trotter family until, probably about 5 or 6 years ago. My dad was the only child. My grandpa died young, and I just figured there was no Trotters anyplace else. And now I'm finding them all over the place. Okay. And yeah, thanks. This is just such an honor to be able to do this and be part of it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And again, like I said, it's an honor for us as well. Thank you to these wonderful men over here. I don't know if any of you would like to take a moment to say something at the microphone. Is there a representative? Drew the short straw. You get to come up.
I'm Mike Connors, and I am the commander of Post 35, Lauren M. Trotter. These are the gentlemen here that keep the things going, and we have our past national commander and former Attorney General of Caldwell, Alan G. Lance. And I have my adjutant, we call him Zip, but his name is Larry Mitchell, and he's our adjutant. And we have John Muirhead. I think everybody knows John. I think he probably built this place. No. And then the last one is, he's my representative when they have the CBC council meetings, and he represents me, Doug Brickman. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for your generosity and your appreciation for the Lauren M. Trotter. We know that he was the first one killed in World War I, and he will be honored at the cemetery on the 31st of July. 30th, I'm sorry. The brain sometimes doesn't engage. But anyway, all are welcome to come and attend if you like. It will be in the morning, is that right, Joe? Where's Joe? 11 o'clock. He's the one that's setting all of this up. All I do is follow the leader. Sometimes I get lost. Anyway, thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for your appreciation.
Our pleasure. Like I said, we appreciate all that he did. He obviously gave the ultimate sacrifice, so it's the least that we can do to recognize him and his family as well. So they have that legacy to live on also. So thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much.
To have this, I think there's 35 other Caldwell men that served with Lauren and were with him.
Very good. That's good to know.
There's actually 400 altogether from Idaho.
there's 200 in the Treasure Valley. But I'd like you to read that, The Battle of Belleau Wood that Lauren was in.
Excellent, yeah, we'll do that. We'll have the clerk actually make copies for all the city council so that we can all have it.
Here's the research.
Well, yeah.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, well, thank you, appreciate that so much. So, okay, well, thank you again. We enjoy being able to do that and recognize those special men and women, from our wonderful community. So thank you again for being here. Our next item on special presentations is award from Association of Idaho Cities for our wonderful planning and zoning director, Mr. Jerome Mapp. So I will read this. So Mr. Mapp is retiring as our planning and zoning director. We were able to have a reception for him earlier this evening. Appreciated those that were able to attend and to recognize this wonderful man and all that he's done for really the entire state of Idaho, for the Caldwell community, and well beyond our borders. So he was recognized recently at the Association of Idaho Cities. Unfortunately, he was unable to be there to receive it. So I know that Bianca Stevenson, who was formerly at the CD, was able to receive it on his behalf. But we wanted to make sure that we recognized him. Even though he's been awarded this a few times already, we'll award it to him again tonight. So this is the Ken Harwood Award. It says, in recognition of exceptional contributions benefiting the city governments of the state of Idaho, Mr. M. Jerome Mapp, City of Caldwell, June 2022. So congratulations, Mr. Mapp. And they should have given him another award for always being the best dressed man in the room. So Mr. Mapp always looks sharp. So he's hard to top on that. So thank you so much for everything you've done. And again, it's a pleasure to be able to recognize you again for that. So well done. Our final special presentation is Crime Stoppers of Southwest Idaho.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kenny Pittman. I reside at 5252 West Braveheart Drive in Eagle, Idaho, and I'm a current board member of Crime Stoppers of Southwest Idaho. Today we came in just to speak with you about the agreement that we had with the city of Caldwell and kind of run through some figures and numbers of the agreement that we had with Caldwell. And we're here to ask your blessing for another service agreement for your 2023 annual budget that I know is coming up. Crime Stoppers of Southwest Idaho encompasses these 13 cities. Caldwell, of course, is in the mix. What we do is provide tips, options for tips for crimes that happen every day. Some of the ways that we provide options, we actually allow, have the tips line that when someone calls, they can remain anonymous. Whereas if they call the police department directly or 911, they're typically asked to give their name and address and things like that. So a lot of times when tips come in for our services, they're just given a number. So there is no, it's all anonymous so that the individuals will feel comfortable about giving a tip or a lead for the police departments. And we work very closely with all of the local cities and police departments. So they have a 24-hour COPS hotline, which is 208-343-COPS. You've probably heard of that or have seen it on commercials or TVs or social media. That is our organization. They can also report a tip directly from our website at 343cops.com, or they can download the P3 app on the Google Play Store or the Apple I guess it's called Apple iStore. To give an update, Crime Stoppers budget, our annual budget is $100,000 per year. We are a nonprofit 501c3. All of the incoming budget that we're looking for is basically coming from cities that we partner with service agreements, which I'll get into in a minute, and donations from corporations or individuals. Our board of directors then also goes out and tries to get sponsorships for rewards. The rewards are paid out up to $1,000 for any tip that leads to a capture of a wanted felon. in our community or outside of our community. If the tip comes from here and they're caught in a different state, they still get an opportunity to get a reward of up to $1,000. And our board of directors determines that from the P3 software that I just mentioned earlier. Our expenses typically every year are the tip software that we have to upgrade and update, the call center, which runs 24/7, 365 a year, mobile phone that we have, trailer equipment, marketing materials, and of course the rewards that I just spoke about. We're trying to get a part-time individual to come in to be able to help us with the tips and becoming a liaison to our police departments, because all of the current board members currently have full-time jobs. So we actually have to divide this work up. I brought another member of the board, and Rod's one of the longest-standing board members at this time. How we came up with the per capita calculation was 11 cents per resident, and that's requested from each city using the Compass population count. Caldwell, currently, the Compass population is 63,760 residents, and that's going up every day. As you can see, the buildings that are going up everywhere. The city of Caldwell has graciously provided $4,000 for fiscal year 2022. That's the year we're finishing right now, and we're hoping to continue that partnership in 2023. We're looking to update services with Eagle, which we just presented to last week, and I was told by the mayor that partnership will continue for fiscal year 2023. Meridian, we're awaiting funds, and actually I have some of that in just a minute, but we're waiting for agreements with Meridian, Nampa, unincorporated Ada County, and Canyon County. The pending funds or the presentations that we still have to make this year are to Caldwell, of course, Star, Middleton, Kuna, Garden City, Mountain Home, Twin Falls, and Boise. How we fulfilled our agreement this year for 2022 is we provided 24/7 call center and app. We communicated with the Caldwell Police Coordinator and Debbie G. Crime Stoppers signage, we actually provide 5 of these signs for each city that they can put up in a local park or any designated area that you would like those to be. Every year we'll replace these as needed so that you don't have to tear them down every year. If they're still looking good, then you could probably keep them, but if you want more, we can always give you more. But we always provide 5 at your request. We also had a Crime Stoppers shred event that we held on May 21st for your citizens. That was well attended. We have some pictures up there of my grandson who's holding the radio, and then several other photos of the unloading and shredding of the documents. We also have in our agreement with you for 2022 a second shred day. That is going to be Saturday, September 17th from 10 to noon. We've got flyers here, and Debbie will get an updated copy here shortly so she can get that out to your community. So that will be provided as well. Some of the funding that we used this last year, not only from Caldwell, but from other cities that we partnered with, were some trailer needs. We had to find storage for our trailer. We had to do upgrades to our trailer, maintenance on the trailer, marketing materials, some giveaway stuff for the kids, update P3 software. The call center, of course, is a cost every year, the website, and then, of course, the community shred events. They used to be free. We would used to have a sponsor help us, and the shred company would do it for free as a promotion, and they would be a sponsor in our program. But we haven't found anybody to partner with us this last year, so we're a little disappointed in that. But we were able to pay for it. Here's the budgeting funding for 2023. I'm going to turn your attention to the right side. Some of the presenting and of the cities that I talked about, excuse me, are listed up there, and where it says awaiting, those funded dollars, we're just awaiting for a signed contract for their new fiscal year. So those are all of the cities and counties that are partnering with Crime Stoppers for budget year 2023, which we are super excited about. Crime Stoppers didn't used to partner with the cities like this. It was mainly provided through the Boise Police Department, and for 40 years, we've been around for 42 now. For 40 years, the Boise Police Department provided us a liaison that would help our program, and they basically funded him to be our administrator. And when we lost that relationship with Boise, that's why our budget funding needs changed. And so partnering with all the cities has been a true benefit for not only our programs, but I think for the cities as well. City of Caldwell stats, year-to-date for 2022, we've received 36 tips. Of those tips, they've been narcotics, armed robbery, theft, DUI, solicitation, and the most important one, wanted felons. That's who we're looking for. We're looking for the bad guys. We don't want them in our community, and if anybody can call, leave a tip, and then remain anonymous, we find that it helps a lot. Since the inception, over 600 plus tips have been called in just for Caldwell. Community business partners, as I talked about, the donations, we budgeted $20,000. Currently, we have $15,000 in reward funding, so we're $5,000 short. We've got about 6 more months, around 5 more months, for our fiscal budget to bring in that $5,000 rewards. If there's any businesses here that would like to help donate, that would help. And that's all brought in by our board of directors. We literally go out and solicit those funds for rewards. No city budget money that we provide or that we receive is used for rewards. We can't do that. I will answer any questions, but what I'd like to do is just read the scope of service that we provided for you last year and ask for one minor change. The Exhibit A of scopes, the first one was Crime Stoppers will provide Caldwell with a fall shred day. We worked really hard to get a shred day after COVID, and it was really difficult. But we did get one in May, so we were glad to do that. The second item was we will provide Caldwell a spring shred day, and we do have that scheduled currently. Our ask this year is since we're partnering with more cities, we have more events that we need to attend, and we need to make sure everybody gets a fair shake for our scope of services. So we're asking Caldwell to allow us to minimize that to 1 shred a year, but still provide all of the other things that we mentioned earlier, the 5 signs, the 24-hour telephone hotline, the website, the P3 software, and of course, we will provide a police coordinator who will talk to the police department when we receive tips and so on. So we're just asking for that. One thing I do want to show you is that last year, Caldwell actually was at a little less in population. So our ask last year was, I believe, $6,600. We received $4,000, and that was generously brought out of, I think it was the clerk's fund. And we're asking the police department if they'll budget for us and actually give us the full amount if it's feasible. So, any questions?
Very good. Any questions from any of the council members? No.
Yeah, I have a meeting with the chief as soon as I'm done here.
Very, as I say, yeah, you make sure you meet him, so, before, that'd be very important, so, excellent. Any questions at all? None. Okay, thank you so much. We really do appreciate it and everything you do. Excited for you to meet our police chief. Amazing man, doing great things already for our police department, so it'll be a great meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council, for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, that finishes our special presentations for the evening, so that moves us on to audience participation. Is there anyone here that would like to address the council on a matter that is not on the agenda this evening? Yes, let's start with on the right, if you want to come forward and take a few minutes.
Hi, my name is Pamela Williamson. I live at 4606 Settlers Avenue in Caldwell, Idaho. My agenda is, me and my husband bought our new house about 1.5 years ago. And we have a corner lot, and there's a lot of property. And our taxes were $1,407 last year. Well, they've doubled. Now they want $2,800. Me and my husband both have retired, came out here and bought our house to retire in Idaho. And we're kind of having a little difficult time because we're on Social Security. And with the property taxes and everything else going up, I was wondering if maybe the council could possibly look at this and possibly get some relief here, because my husband was stationed at Miramar, and that's where he retired, and we moved up here. Things got so bad in California the same way that's happening here, that everybody lost their houses. And that's what I'm really afraid of. I'm afraid of losing my house because I can't afford my property taxes. Well, I can afford them because they're in my house payments, but my house payments have gone up $250 a month. and that's really starting to harm us right now. And we're kind of a little nervous and wondering what's going to happen when our property taxes come up again in November to be paid, and then possibly if the property taxes go up again, then that means our house payments are gonna go up with that, besides the insurance on the house, because they have to value the insurance house policy with the value of the house. So I would just possibly like to just state that, I hope that the council can sit down and possibly get this figured out with the tax assessor's office and possibly give us some type of relief. I heard on the news a couple of days ago that they're planning on possibly using the fund to help out the elderly people that are having problems with and struggling paying their property taxes. So I guess we'll kind of just sit back and wait and see what happens. Hopefully, once again, I know Caldwell is being developed a whole lot. I lived here in the early 90s, and I was paying $160 a month for rent. So it's gone that bad, but I never thought it would happen so fast after buying the house. I thought we would at least have a little time to relax and enjoy things, and I might possibly have to go back to work because of all of this. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for coming in. I think the majority, of us up here have lived in Caldwell for quite a while, so we've seen that change as well. And just so you do know, we have been going through our budget workshops, getting close to finalizing and improving those. And I know we did have discussion in one of our last budget workshops in regards to a new bill that was passed this last year by the legislature in Boise that allows cities to now do property tax rebates. So we are definitely looking into that, looking at the funding that we have from some fund balances, additional money that we've gotten from sales tax revenues being higher than projected, some possible, ARPA funding that's been able to supplement some of that to create additional funds. So we are actively looking into that. I met with our city attorney this week to see, how do we roll that out? And then as a council, the plan is to try to do that either end of this year or towards the beginning of next year. And that, the goal is to try to provide, a fairly sizable amount of property tax rebate to all the citizens that own their homes in Caldwell. You'd have to live within the city limits. There's different specifications, but just so you are aware, and anybody else also, so you do have to apply for that. So when we do move forward with that, we'll make sure to send out notifications to all the citizens, how to apply for that, do that. And the goal is to provide some serious property tax relief, $300 to $500 per household is kind of the goal, and see if we can even maybe do a little bit more than that. So we understand it, we feel it, and yeah, we want to do what we can. So we will be definitely looking into that. I know the council has appreciated their support of that, and we'll get into the nuts and bolts of it for sure to see what we can do to give some of that money back to the people.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, you too.
And
Thank you so
welcome
much for
to
coming
Caldwell.
down. Appreciate it.
Good evening. It's a pleasure being here. My name is Mike Kaplan. I live at 3323 Marble Front Road in Caldwell. And I'm talking about the swimming pool, which I've talked to periodically over the last 5 years, or maybe it's been a little longer, going back to correspondence that I've had. And it's now, I believe, 3 years since we haven't had the swimming pool open. I do water aerobics at the Y 3 times a week. There are a lot of elderly ladies that I do the water aerobics there. They all know that I talk and I'm concerned about the swimming pool, so they always ask me what's happening with the swimming pool. I've got grandkids that we learned how to swim at the swimming pool. We have people who really love swimming outdoors. They go to some pool, I believe, in Vail, Oregon, because they love to do it. And the last time I was here, there was a problem with the budget, that there wasn't enough allocated to fix it as you originally planned. I had suggested talking to the people at Springs in Idaho Falls, I believe, which is a geothermal kind of resort that could be adapted to the geothermal water situation that we have in Caldwell, that could make a spa here a destination for people all over the area. And but essentially, the first thing is, what is happening with the pool, and when can we expect to literally have it open so the people can enjoy it? be healthy. And there's also, I don't know if this would be of help as far as the surplus that state has now, but there's an educational factor also in having a swimming pool open because it teaches children how to swim and not drown. So, I don't know what else to say. I've got some correspondence I can leave with you that I've began, I think it's 5 years ago or 7 years ago, talking about the lifeguard situation with the head of the Red Cross in Northern America. I've got his letter here talking about the importance of paying lifeguards a sufficient amount so you get them. And I know that recently there's something I heard on the radio that only 60% of the pools in this area are open because they can't get enough lifeguards. And they're all working at Walmart or Dutch Brothers or wherever, and they can get paid more money. So whatever is going to be budgeted for the swimming pool, and an increase in what you're going to need for lifeguards has to be factored in.
Yeah, no, and we appreciate that. And I know, and Rob, maybe you can help fill in on the details, but it is definitely moving forward. As you mentioned, the costs continue to escalate, whereas well beyond what we felt was appropriate. In the, it started, I think, around 3 million, then to 6 million, then up to 12 million was the ultimate. So the plan now is to refurbish the existing pool, do new decking that we're required to do for safety concerns, where it's not properly grounded right now, so they'll have to actually replace the entire deck. But I know that is actively moving forward, and the goal is to have it open. Like you mentioned, last summer and this summer, unfortunately, the pool was down. We were not able to have it open. But the plan is, last I heard, that it's planned to be open this next summer. I know that they've ran into some difficulties as far as supplies and things like that, but that's kind of what we're shooting for. Rob, can you fill us in?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That is the goal, to be open for next season. We have received information from the designers. There are significant supply chain issues on some of the equipment needed for the mechanical room, and so I don't know how that's going to play out. But we are pushing hard to get a design done which rehabilitates the existing pool, but also makes some significant improvements. Some of those, like you mentioned, are new decking. It removes all of the existing gutter that goes around the top of the pool, and it modernizes. The pool is then going to be replastered. And so there's a lot of significant improvements. And we're hoping to have it open early next summer, hopefully in the spring. But at this point, I can't guarantee that because of the way the construction market is and trying to get equipment out here. And that would be, just a note too, that is because of the larger project was not feasible, that would be considered a phase one. And then in the future, it is the city's intent, I believe, to see if that can be added upon and additional amenities can be added to that.
So again, looking to enhance it, adding some water slides, things of that nature. So definitely it's in the budget, that's for sure, that we've looked at. And so that money is in there for those improvements. So the design's going on. So the big thing is just making sure we can get the stuff here from wherever it's coming from to put it into place.
Right. I also just wanted to point out again the potential of having a spa incorporated into the plans that you've got, because that could come later on. That could come like 5 years from now, and then it would cost twice as much as it would now, because I know how long things take to get accomplished. And I don't know what the governor is allocating for the $1.3 billion surplus that he's got in the state, but maybe this could be something that could be considered by his office as well as a beneficial to the community and the entire area.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Rob, were you going to say something about the geothermal?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I would also mention the geothermal well that's existing out there is significantly damaged and not functional, and so it is being abandoned. But the city is in the process of investigating the option of drilling a new well to find out what kind of potential that could have. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe some of that could be covered under ARPA because it is energy conservation, to be able to use the geothermal well, not just for the pool, but also possibly for some of the buildings in that area. And so that is something that we are still investigating. And if there is enough water energy down in the ground that we're able to pull up, then maybe some kind of a mineral spa or something that Mr. Kaplan is talking about would be feasible.
Excellent, that's great news.
Great,
So,
great.
yeah.
I don't know, do you want these?
Yeah, you can
or-
actually, if you wanna just hand those to Mr. McDonald there, our city engineer, and we'll make sure that we get them, so. Perfect, thank you so much, we appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. I
So,
hope we have a pool next year.
I think all of us do for sure, so we're working on it. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to address the council on a matter that's not on the council or on the agenda tonight? Yes, please come forward and take just a few minutes.
My name is Gina Bosco. I live at 4003 Preston Avenue in Caldwell. And I wanted to speak with you, Mr. Mayor, regarding the appointment of Randy Neary to the Airport Commission. I know that was discussed 2 weeks ago at the city council meeting, and I it's been bothering me for the last couple of weeks, and so I figured my best bet was to come and talk to you and ask you a few questions about this. As you know, Randy Neary is a very controversial choice, because he's a blatant example of non-aviation use on the airport, and he puts our FAA funding at risk. I know this isn't anything new. And as a citizen of Caldwell and a pilot on the airport, my observation of how he was appointed, to me, looks like a blatant disregard of the process for the Airport Commission and also favoritism. And so because of that, I have a few questions for you that I hope you can answer for me. I know that there were 2 other applicants who wanted to be on the Airport Commission. They submitted their paperwork, and it's been radio silence for them. They haven't really, I think they did, one person did eventually get a response from Brent, and I don't believe there was a response for the other person, or for the other person yet. And so I wanted to ask, did you review those applicants and consider them before appointing Randy Neary? And I have 2 other questions, so I don't know if you'd rather just hear them all together, or if we want to go one by one.
It's up to you, and if you wanna set up an appointment to meet one-on-one and discuss it, we can do that as well.
I'm happy
So,
to do it here. Yeah, if we're here, I'm here. It'd be
Mhm.
great to do it now. Are you good with that?
So if you can keep it brief, because we do have a lot of items on our
Okay.
agenda tonight,
So my first question is, have you had a chance, or did you review the other applicants before they were appointed? My second, I guess, question is, why not withdraw Randy Neary's request at this point, because the process didn't happen through the Airport Commission like it should? Why not withdraw that appointment of Randy to the Airport Commission and let the Airport Commission do their job, which is to review it and recommend to you, which is the standard process? So that's question number 2. And then the third question I have is, how is this not favoritism? Because Randy Neary has a very large hangar project now on the airport. He's making thousands of dollars on this project, yet he's appointed to the Airport Commission. To me, as a citizen of Caldwell, it looks like something's going on here that doesn't feel good to me. And so that's why I'm interested in hearing your thoughts.
Okay, very good. So in regards to, maybe first of all, I'll touch on the radio silence that you mentioned. So the reason you're seeing that is because we have kind of put a hold on all that. So Councilor Stoddard actually is the council member that sits on the airport board, actually, because there's lots of emails going back and forth, questions about, this or that. We have one more seat needed to be filled. And so we put a pause button, put it on hold so that we can all kind of take a step back, take some deep breaths, look and see, what is the best thing for the airport before we move forward with any other appointment. So that would probably be why it seems like there's a radio silence, because we're just trying to get everything gathered, the information and things of that nature. In regards to the appointments, typically on how that works is applications are received by the Public Works Director who oversees the airport. That's reviewed by him as well as the airport manager, and then forwarded to me as either, in favor or recommendation for or against for their appointment. And so as I received those, when Mr. Neary's did come forward, it was a recommendation of in favor. So I did meet with him and we sat down and had a really good discussion. I was not aware of anything that he had been doing in regards to his hangar, if it was being used inappropriately. I know that it was a favorable recommendation from both our Public Works Director and the airport manager. I met with him, we discussed, talked about, the plans for the airport, what he brings to it as a commission on that. And so after meeting with him, felt comfortable bringing that forward to council for their approval on a consent item a few weeks back, as you mentioned. So there's no favoritism done with Mr. Neary in regards to what he's building out there or anything like that. I can guarantee you that. He went through the same process anybody else would, and that, as far as getting that recommendation. I know there's been discussion come up saying, well, you know, the bylaws say that it really should go to the commission for them to review as well, which has not taken place in the past, and that's why we've kind of put that pause button on, so we can review that and make sure that proper protocol is being followed, things like that, before we appoint any new, airport commissioners at this time.
I guess I'm still curious about why you wouldn't just withdraw him for the moment and allow that process to happen like it should, which is the airport commission code. I mean, that's what they're expecting. They haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, so where he has already been appointed on the commission, that's probably the reason for that. You know, if we do some additional research and investigation, find out that he is non-compliant in regards, and there's factual proof of that, then we can definitely revisit that and do that in that regards. But that would take some time. You know, we don't want to just, again, do a knee-jerk reaction to pull him out when, you know, he may be a great asset to the airport commission, but we can definitely do more research and just investigation work on that to make sure that he is complying like everybody else should out there in that regard. So we can definitely look into that. And again, as we kind of gather more information and move forward, making sure that any new recommendations do follow that protocol is going through the airport commission, then to the public works director and the airport manager before being forwarded to myself and then to the city council.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you say those words last week, and it still doesn't bring me comfort because it just really feels like the process is being disregarded. I appreciate your response. I hope that it isn't favoritism. I hope that it isn't just a disregard for the process, but thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council on a matter that is not on the agenda tonight? I was hoping you were just going to keep walking, not stop at the microphone there, Mr. Mapp. Okay, very good, excellent. And thank you so much to those that did come and that did provide those thoughts and comments in regard to our to our audience participation. With that, it moves us on to our consent calendar. I do not believe we have any amendments tonight. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar? And a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the consent calendar. And are we doing the? So Rob is switching this over. Maybe? Okay, so yes, the voting is open. If you'd like to go ahead and cast your vote. This is for the approval of the consent calendar as written. And that's right, Mr. Doty is not here. So with that, all votes are in. If you could lock the machine and reveal the votes. So that motion passes unanimously. So that moves us on to old business. And Mr. Foltz, we appreciate that you're still here. So this is the official oath of office for Mr. Steve Foltz as the new City of Caldwell Planning and Zoning Director. I'll just meet you right up here. Vote on this. Final. Yeah. Go back. So if you will raise your right hand. I, Steve Foltz, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of Idaho. The Constitution of the State of Idaho. And the laws, ordinances. Laws, ordinances. Of the City of Caldwell. The City of Caldwell. And that I will faithfully discharge. That I will faithfully discharge. Duties of Planning and Zoning Director. The duties of Planning and Zoning Director. Of the City of Caldwell. The City of Caldwell. King County. King County. Idaho. Idaho. To the best of my ability. To the best of my ability. During my continuance therein. During my continuance therein. And yes, congratulations. Not the first time that he's done that, in a different capacity this time though. So I know we're all very excited for Mr. Foltz to take over. Obviously some big shoes to fill, as you have seen tonight, but we're very excited, and Mr. Foltz is very capable. So excited for that to be happening. So congratulations. That moves us on to new business, action item number 1. Consider bill number 42, changing the official name of a portion of right-of-way known as Commercial Way to Bluebird Place, with a request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading. Rob, are you doing this one, presenting this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very quick item. I pulled up an aerial there so you can see what we're talking about. Up there, you have, exit 29 curves down to, 21st Avenue, and the Burger King's right here. Commercial Way is this road down here, but because of the way that it used to be configured is that it actually curves up, and this section here is called Commercial Way. And because of that redundancy with this Commercial Way, the mapping department caught that and they wanted to change the name to that. We do have a project coming in here, which is the Bluebird Car Wash. And Commercial Way is going to be cut off right here and will not connect to Franklin. And so because it's basically a dead-end road, it cannot have the suffix of way, it has to be place. And so that's the purpose of the name change, and this was requested by the mapping department, and this is consistent with city standards on naming streets. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? Yes.
Mr. McDonald, there's Commercial Way, then there's what looks like a canal, and then a triangle-shaped piece of property there?
This here?
Yeah, who owns that piece of property? I mean, is that a city piece of property, or what is that? Do we know?
No, that is owned by a private entity, and in fact, there is possibly a development that's looking to build on that triangular piece. We've been working with that property owner.
What I'm getting at, is there any need for Bluebird Place or Commercial Way at all to exist, or is that, I mean?
Yes, the car wash that's coming in here is using that as an access point into their development. So they'll have an access off of 21st Avenue here, and then they have an egress access option that comes down here. And we feel like for circulation, that's probably good to keep that and let them use that.
Gotcha.
And it is public right of way, so it's a city street.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, so we do need, so I will read this by title only, and that we will need a motion to waive the through reading process on this. So this is bill number 42, ordinance number 3436, an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council changing the official name of a portion of that right-of-way known as Commercial Way to Bluebird Place, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mr. Mayor,
Council President Allgood.
I move to waive the three reading process and consider bill number 42, ordinance number 3436, by first reading of title only.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council President Allgood and a second from Councilor Stoddard to waive the three reading process and consider bill number 42, ordinance number 3436 on its first reading by title only. If you go ahead and want to use your remote and lock in your vote for that. Very good. The voting is locked, and reveal the votes. And that passes unanimously. Is there a sponsor of bill number 42, ordinance number 3436?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Council President Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 42, ordinance number 3436, and move for its passage. And there does not appear to be a summary with this.
Nope. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Council President Allgood and a second from Councilor Stoddard on the sponsorship of bill number 42, ordinance number 3436. Voting is open. And voting is locked as all votes are in, and that passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much. So that concludes action item number 1 and moves us on to action item number 2. This is a public hearing to allow the issuance of an alcoholic beverage license to Olive and Vine Caldwell for sale or consumption of beer and wine at the location known as 811 Main Street pursuant to Caldwell City Code when said premises is located within 300 feet of a place of worship within the city center zoning district. Ms. Geyer.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I will present the staff report this evening for this request. Tara Bruna of 417 East Ranch Drive in Eagle has applied for a beer and wine license with the city of Caldwell. She actually provided her application on April the 20th, It has been under review for various items that needed to be addressed with safety issue items at the site. It is located at 811 Main Street. Pursuant to the Caldwell City Code, Section 06713, the application requires approval through a public hearing process due to its close proximity to a place of worship. The site is within 54 feet of a place of worship entitled World Harvest Church, located at 803 Main Street. City Clerk's office is awaiting approval from the Caldwell City Council this evening before the alcohol license will be issued pursuant to provisions within the city code. Licenses from the Idaho State Police and the Canyon County Commissioner's Office have been received by the City Clerk's office and are being held for further approval from the City Council this evening. The applicant reports that the business at 811 Main Street will be an upbeat, urban hangout for downtown Caldwell that focuses on food, wine, and beer. The business plan includes collaborating with local wineries and the Idaho Wine Commission and wine tour companies to feature their products. Products will be offered by the bottle and by the glass at the site. The floor plan and site plan for the Olive and Vine Caldwell indicates that the business will only be conducted within the interior of the facility. Recommendation to City Council tonight is that the application has been reviewed and approved by the Chief of Police, the Building Official, the Fire Marshal, and the Planning and Zoning Director. No comments have been received from staff or members of the public in opposition to this request. The Caldwell City Clerk recommends approval for issuance of an alcohol beverage license for beer and wine at 811 Main Street and has requested that Tara Brunner of Olive and Vine is here tonight for any additional comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any questions from council for Ms. Geyer?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have those sheets for the sign-in sheets? Okay, so we do have two people signed up in favor, nobody in neutral and opposition. So Tara, is it Brunner? Is that right? Yes, if you please come forward and just state your name and address for the record, and then the time is yours.
I'm Tara Brunner. I'm at 417 East Branch Drive in Eagle, Idaho. And thank you for this opportunity of joining the Caldwell business community. We're super excited and like having us here.
Very good. Any questions for Ms. Brunner? Okay, well, I'll just say too also how excited we are for you to come. I think it's gonna be a great addition to our downtown. And thank you for coming out this evening. I know this is, I think, not expected, but there was, I guess, Idaho State Police are doing their job and they caught that we needed to do this. So I don't know if it was Counselor Doty himself or one of his people that he oversees, but anyway, just make sure everything gets done the correct way and there's no questions in the future. So we appreciate your understanding on that. And again, excited to have you be part of the downtown. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Sabrina Mitchell was the other one that signed up in favor.
Sabrina Minshall, CEO of Destination Caldwell, 119 7th Avenue. Just wanted to express our support from the Business Improvement District perspective and Destination Caldwell for both of the beer and wine licenses you have on your agenda. Both are businesses that have been working to come to Caldwell for a while, and they're also a great mix of both beer and wine opportunities, but also other foods, other options, and ways to mix in. So we're super excited to be able to help them with marketing, connect them with their business district, and provide that support. So just here if you have any questions, but I thought it was important representing the BID that you know that these are in line with the original downtown plan, as well as, you know, a great asset and a good mix of businesses for our group.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions for Sabrina? Okay, very good. With that, as I mentioned, there's nobody signed up in neutral or in opposition, so I would ask for a motion to close this, the public testimony of this item. Yes, second? So we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard, a second from Councilor McGee to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So with that would move us straight into either a motion or discussion for approval or denial of the issuance of this alcoholic beverage license for Olive and Vine.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor Register.
I move that we issue the alcohol beverage license to Olive and Vine for consumption of beer and wine.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion from Counselor Register, a second from Counselor McGee, I believe. Is that correct down there? Okay. For approval of the issuance of the alcohol beverage license for Olive and Vine. Is there any discussion on the motion? This doesn't have to be a roll call vote, correct? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And that moves us on to new business, action item number 3, very, very similar. So this is an issuance of an alcohol beverage license to Mesquite Creek Outfitters for seller consumption of beer and wine at the location known as 712 Main Street pursuant to Caldwell City Code when said premises are located within 300 feet of a place of worship within the city center zoning district. Ms. Geyer.
Thank you once again. We have a request this evening from Mesquite Creek Outfitters for a beer and wine license. The mailing went out and the site was properly noticed. Bradley Bowden of Star has applied for a beer and wine license in the city of Caldwell. His application was received on June the 24th for a location known as 712 Main Street pursuant to the Caldwell City Code. Section 060713, the application requires approval through a public hearing process due to the close proximity to a place of worship. The site is within 220 feet of the World Harvest Church, located at 803 Main Street. The city clerk's office is awaiting approval from the City of Caldwell Council, the Idaho State Police, Alcohol Beverage Control Division, and Canyon County Commissioner, before the license may be issued. The ISP application is pending a letter of approval from our Caldwell City Council and the City Clerk's office pursuant to provisions outlined within the City Code in order for them to move forward with the approval process. The applicant reports that the business at 712 Main Street will be a community gathering spot, offering beer and wine services as well as flatbreads, salads, and I'm not sure how you pronounce that, the boards that you... There we go. Thank you very much. Sounds fun. As well as side dishes. Mesquite Creek Outfitters will be marketed as a local gathering spot for local talent, musicians, and artists that may be showcased. The floor plan and site plan for Mesquite Creek Outfitters indicates that the business will only be conducted within the interior of the facility. No provisions have been made for outside dining at this time. The application has been reviewed and approved by the Chief of Police, the building official, the fire marshal, and the planning and zoning director. No comments have been received from staff or members of the public in opposition to this request. The Caldwell City Clerk recommends approval for issuance of an alcohol beverage license for beer and wine at 712 Main Street as requested by Mr. Bowden of the Mesquite Creek Outfitters, and I will move forward with a letter of recommendation as well to the Idaho State Police upon approval this evening. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Geyer? Very good. Thank you so much. So we, again, same as last one, nobody signed up in opposition or neutral. Mr. Bowden and Miss Minshall, on that signed up in favor. So if you'd like to just come forward and... Okay.
All right, well, thank you for your time. My name is Brad Bowden. I reside at 11188 West Box Canyon Court in Star, Idaho. And just much like Tara just a little bit ago, just excited to be a part of the growing and thriving downtown area here and to bring just a really vibrant spot here as well and just add to the excitement that's coming and growing here in Caldwell. And so we're excited to bring those offerings of beer and wine, food, clothing, something for everybody. So, and with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Very good. Any questions from council? Okay, yeah, I know that I'm excited for you to come in and can't wait to go check out yours and Olive and Vine. So let's get them rocking and rolling. Yeah. So, okay, very good. And Sabrina, I'm guessing similar?
Yes, Sabrina Minshaw, Destination Caldwell. Similar, this one is a little different because it has an entry both on Main Street and on the Plaza. So I just want to appreciate Brad's coordination that they've been reaching out to us, really talking about on these locations that are the Plaza, because the Plaza has a beer and wine license, building face to building face, how we're going to coordinate, post things like no outside alcohol as we get some of these businesses that are thriving that have the entrances, we just need to help communicate to a lot of folks that are new, that they know that they can't take things in and out because of our licenses. So we just appreciate that. Also, just to note, as Debbie said, currently this request does not have any outdoor plaza space. However, actually Brad and I spent some time with Corey and 2C Wine Down in the city of Nampa this afternoon, went and looked at how they have their outdoor patio spaces and fencing. We've been working with Rob and Brent. So we will all be bringing back together an amendment to our licenses to get that patio space when we need to separate a beer and wine license from an adjacent restaurant and what that looks like. So it's within our management agreement that essentially it seems like the easiest way is to probably us kind of do a rental for the space. But we've been working with the city and want to make sure you know. So I only brought that up because it has always been part of the vision that for these restaurants that have that, we get some patio space. We had our architects go back in and draw where that was available because of ADA requirements. So just know that's coming, and as you're out in the plaza, be thinking about what that's going to look like when we start to get some of this awesome interaction with those businesses on the plaza area. So just excited to have them. Two very different concepts, but they're going to tie together nicely, so.
Thank you so much.
All
Any
right.
questions? Thank you so much. Is there a motion to close public testimony of this item?
So moved.
And a second? Motion from Counselor Stoddard and a second from Counselor Williams to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Do we have any discussion or a motion to approve or deny this request?
Mr. Mayor.
Counselor McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Out of a tremendous abundance of caution, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, and where I'll abstain from the vote.
Good. Thank you so much. Duly noted. Do we have a motion for this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor
I'll
Stoddard.
make a motion to allow the issuance of an alcohol beverage license in Mesquite Creek Outfitters for sale or consumption of beer and wine at the location known as 712 Main Street, Caldwell, Idaho.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Stoddard and a second from Counselor Register for approval of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license for Mesquite Creek Outfitters. And Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll on this one.
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Allgood,
Yes.
Register,
Yes.
And Mr. Counselor McGee is abstaining. So, okay, so then that passes 4-0 with one abstention, so we appreciate that in that regards on that. So yes, you're both good to go, so go get opened up. We'll come visit you. So before we move on to action item number 4, and I apologize that I didn't do this sooner. I know they were sneaking out because they got tired of waiting for me, I think, and so I apologize for that. But we do have kind of a special presentation. We'd like to give them a few moments before we move on. I don't know if Police Chief, if you want to come forward, or who on this. And so as he's coming forward, you'll notice 2 beautiful new e-bikes in the back. So you were tasked us to stay under a $12,000 budget for both of these, and I'm happy to report that it was just over $10,000. So we came in well under budget on these beautiful bad boys, and they're gorgeous. I haven't ridden it yet. I'm looking forward to it, but they're awesome. So anyway,
Hi, boys.
Chief Ingram.
Mr. Mayor, Council, first of all, I want to say thank you again for the support on this. This is obviously going to make our officers' life a lot easier and be able to provide the service that this community needs. With the rising prices of fuel around the country right now, and the demand for more law enforcement than ever before, these bikes that you guys approved 2 weeks ago are now here, and they got delivered yesterday, which is way ahead of schedule. And these officers have already been using them and are able to respond to calls for service and able to provide proactive enforcement where needed. And hopefully, if they work well and we like them, we can order several more to outfit the entire bicycle patrol team. These are actually 2 of our best school resource officers here. So during the summertime, they're tasked with multiple duties, including bicycle patrol. And obviously, it gets super hot here in Caldwell in the summer. And so these motorized bicycles are able to go up to about 27 miles an hour and provide them with a fuel-efficient, cost-efficient, and cost of their body efficient tool to be able to go out there and be more proactive. So thank you. If there's any questions, these officers can answer them because they're bike gurus. But
I thought I saw the lights on.
Yeah, let's see those lights go. So they're You're pretty handy.
They have sirens? Really?
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, I don't know, the second one wasn't too bad. So we can upgrade those, I'm sure, on that, so. But, yeah, we're super excited. It is a great tool. And I know one of the concerns was, are they gonna get here in time for them to use them? And they got here super fast, so they'll have easily a month to be on them out there. And yeah, they are beautiful bikes, so excited for that. And I know Officer Stevens has stories of losing a chain on the way up a hill, and trying to huff it up there. And so with these, you can just go. So we're excited to provide it for you and for all you do for your service for our community. Thank you. So thanks for coming down and showing them off.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for partnering, and getting these expedited, because I think the relationship that you have with the company, was a huge part of why they got delivered in a week. So, thank you.
That was great. No, they were great to deal with, so I'm excited to see how they work, and who knows, maybe we'll have a fleet of these come next year. So now they just get an arm wrestle to see who rides the e-bike and who rides the regular bike. So who has it? Awesome. Well, thank you again so much for coming down and showing them off. So if we had room, we'd have you take a couple spins around the room, but I don't think we have sufficient. So yeah, we don't want that. So, but yes, thank you so much for that. So we're excited for that.
Thank you.
Yep. Now you can actually get air conditioning out there when you're riding on them rather than sweating, pedaling away. So, like I said, and these things can go in rain, snow, mud, sand. You can see those are big tires on those things. So they're going to be a great resource. Excited to see how they do out there. And like I said, they've already been out there using them. So great tool. Thank you again for being here. We appreciate that. Okay, so that does move us to action item number 4 now. This is a public hearing, quasi-judicial, case number SUB 22-7, request by Trilogy Development, Inc. for the preliminary plat for Cedars 3 through 7 subdivision. This preliminary plat consists of 208 single-family residential lots, 28 common lots, and will be phased into 2 developments. Property is zoned R1, single-family residential. Properties are located south of East Homedale Road and extend south of Moss Street to South Indiana Avenue. Hearing examiner forwarded this case with a recommendation of approval on May 24th, 2022. Mr. Mapp, the time is yours.
Mr. Mayor, Jerome Mapp, Plan Director, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. We had illness in the office, so I am pitch hitting this evening. Mayor, Council, you have the summary staff report before you. At this time, we ask for your consideration of approval of the preliminary plat for Cedars 3 through 7. The proposed development will include 208 single-family residential lots in the R1 zone. They're proposing 6.2% qualifying open space. The original plat of Cedar subdivision was approved in 2002. In 2001, there was a request for a time extension of the original plat, but only for phase 2. The original plat did not include any of the pathways. This plat includes a half-mile long pathway along the Dixie Drain and a third of a mile neighborhood pathway along the Phyllis Drain. Staff has provided analysis of the comprehensive plan for the preliminary plat and found it to be consistent with the many goals and policies of the plan. Staff is recommending approval of the annexation PUD and the preliminary plat. Are there any questions?
So this is just the preliminary plat, correct? Not an annexation or a PUD, is that correct?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I thought I heard that there at the end, just want to make sure, so. Okay, very good. Any questions from council for Mr. Mapp?
So just some clarification.
Yes.
You and I were both on the council in May of 2021 when this came through, because as Mr. Mapp said, this is almost 20 years old. His phase, I just want to make sure it's on the record. phases 3 through 7, do they meet current standards for subdivisions, not the old standard?
When the time extension, this is how we do all the time extensions, that we review the previous application and to make sure they comply to the current zoning requirements. And so it's saying that, I don't remember this one exactly, but that's the process we go through. So if they had lots that did not comply to our current zoning regulations, I would deny that time extension.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So I think, and just kind of add to that, and Mr. Mapp, correct me if I'm wrong, and Mr. Brown can chime in as well, the original Cedars 3 through 7 would not have complied with today's standards. So this has been redesigned, larger lots, today's standards of what that R1. So the R1 standards used to be a lot less when this was approved back 20 years ago. Today's standards are more robust, larger lots. So it did not comply, but I believe, and Mr. Brown can attest to that or not, these comply with today's standards, lot size, things like that. So if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Brown, if you'd please state your name and your address, and then the time is yours. So, you have 8 minutes if you need all of that, so
Okay.
we'll time you up and we'll let you know when you have a minute to go.
Kent Brown, address 3161 East Springwood. Councilman Allgood, you're correct. When we came in for the time extension, for the three of you that were here at that time, the preliminary plat that was existing from 2002 was not in compliance. The biggest part of the reason it wasn't in compliance was the lot sizes. So we made lot sizes changes, we made all the changes that we were hearing from engineering, and then we weren't in compliance with what was originally approved. So our time extension was denied and told to come back and go through this process. As you look at the conditions of approval and the comments from fire and engineering, they are almost minimal and almost non-existent because we addressed everything during that time frame that we were trying to do the time extension, and we're able to now bring us into compliance with what's taking place today. What makes us unique, as you look at our neighbors that are around us, those lots are all larger or all smaller because they were done in the early 2000s, and so those lots are smaller in size, and you have since changed what low density lot sizes are, so these lots are, for the most part, about 2,000 square feet larger than what our neighbors are. In the original design, we extended our lots to the center of the Dixie Drain, which is the portion there on the north. Right here, this is the Dixie Drain. They went to the center line before. We've pulled those out so that we have a common area that the Dixie Drain is. And then outside of that, because the ditch company doesn't want interaction in their facility, we have a pathway. And that pathway goes for that half mile, goes from Moss to Homedale. Homedale's at the very north there. And takes them right to the school. The school is going to be on what we improve as a part of Moss. The subdivision to the west of us, right here, has a half-plus street section, and we are going to extend that back here to the east, adjacent to the school property. But in this portion, we're going to have a full street section. When we were in our hearing with the hearings examiner, he asked us to make one minor change. I don't see that in the conditions of approval, but I'm ready to speak to that. I handed you these handouts. That one, business map. Rob, if you could somehow, Go-
I just wanted to correct something or
Okay.
confirm something. You're referring to the Dixie Drain, but I think it's the Phyllis Canal, or is there both?
there's both.
There's both.
There's the Dixie Drain that is on the northern piece. So that the drawing that's right here, that we can see right here, this goes all the way up to Homedale.
Okay.
On the northerly piece, that is the Dixie Drain. The one that is smaller, that goes through this little square piece, that's the Phyllis Canal. What the hearings examiner asked us to do is to connect this cul-de-sac here across the Phyllis Canal and come in here south of the entrance. And I took that back to my engineer, and my engineer says, this is gonna be a big deal. He said, because the canal sits up high, so now we're gonna have to extend out beyond there and raise everything up so that you don't have this big bump when you go over the canal. So I reached out to Rob McDonald, that your city engineer, and I also reached out to my traffic engineer. And I said, what's your feelings on this? And they said, well, a pedestrian connection would provide you with the connectivity. And I think that, I worked many years at the city of Boise and worked with Bruce, that is the hearings examiner. And I don't think that we presented ourselves well. This is the main drawing that we showed them, and it doesn't show what our neighbors are. So in an effort to try to do better, the next slide shows the Phyllis Canal and how it runs through our piece of property, but how it goes through. So if you could pan that down, Rob, keep going, and move it over to the right. Everywhere that the Phyllis Canal goes, and I followed it on the map up to the north and went down into Nampa, there are no local streets that cross the Phyllis Canal, which I thought was kind of interesting. But then I started looking, and if you'll zoom out to the full extent of this drawing, and if you look at over here, we have the Caldwell feeder drain, and if you notice, there's no local streets that cross it. You have the Dixie Drain, and it doesn't have any local streets crossing. Specifically canal, the difference between the canal and the drain is that the canal is carrying water. City of Nampa ended up getting with the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District a provision that they could put pathways on the drains, but they're not allowed to get anywhere near a canal because they're conveying water. They're not safe. So as you looked at this, I'm going, we're putting in something that the city of Caldwell is going to have to maintain, and it's less than 200 or 300 feet to the north where we're going to cross it, and where it is crossed with moss. And the idea and the concern was the traffic. If you go to the next, if you move forward your little handout, his concern was that down here on this rectangular or this square piece, that if you live down here, that you wouldn't have the ability, if one of these roads up here was blocked, to have someone fire or rescue. Fire didn't make any of that comment, and probably the biggest reason is that by connecting here, you make 2 left turns and you're out to Florida. If you go to the south, you come out here on this collector road and come out right next to Southwest District Health. So that's going to be well connected into that existing neighborhood. We don't have any stubbing to the school district. And in reality, everything that we're doing is providing better connectivity here. This area here ends up being a concern, and when the concern, the fire department generally looks at, do you go over 30 lots? If you go over 30 lots, then you need to have a secondary access. If that's a concern, and the council feels that it's a concern, we would propose that we do a non-build agreement on one of the lots in the cul-de-sac and not build on that and provide a secondary access versus building a bridge. Now, Rob and my traffic engineer said, if the concern is that this neighborhood isn't connected because it's got the ditch running through it,
So,
can I keep going?
Yeah, go ahead and wrap it up.
We could put a pedestrian bridge because we can hike that up. Now, your guys on your bikes might have a little bit of an issue going up and over, but there's some down by the Boise River. Go to the last slide or the last picture, and you can kind of see what I'm talking about. That's where they want the bridge connection. We've been in this area. We probably wouldn't have had to ask for the time extension. We were working on construction drawings and had them near approval for the phase 3. We're gonna start up next to Florida and we're gonna come down to the south. That's how the phasing is. But we've been out there, on this property is an irrigation pump station that we helped put in. The roads that we're gonna improve is going to improve the area, and we just ask for your approval. Since I don't see under 8 conditions of approval, I know it was there from the hearings examiner, and that's why I brought it up, is that he asked that we make that connection, and I would be now at this point saying, please remove 8.11 or whatever, but I don't see it in the staff report for it to be removed, or get in there for me to remove it, but it's definitely in the minutes that are in the staff report. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from council for Mr. Brown? Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Ms. Brown, have you, you're in the Valley View School District, I assume?
We are in the Valley View School District, yes.
Have you had any discussions with them regarding classroom numbers and?
My clients have been out there talking to them for some time, about, schools.
And have they?
And their concern and the letters that they're sending, yes.
And do you know of any cooperation relative to monetary cooperation or anything else that?
At this point, specifically on this one, though, we don't have any monetary, things. The biggest reason is that the Valley View School District has known about this project for 20 years. When it was here before, there was close to 150 more lots, and now there's less. And for that reason, we haven't discussed money with them on this.
I would encourage you to do so if you haven't, because, regardless of what's happened in the past, it's gonna be a large demand as the other ones are on the school district. And, last word we had there, about $153 million behind on what they need to have. So I would urge you to do that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for any council? Yes, Council President Allgood.
I don't know whether I should ask Mr. Mapp or Mr. Brown, but how long is the time extension? How much time do you have for these last 5 phases?
It is what your code is, so that clock starts working, and it is, after you get a preliminary approval, then you have 2 years, I think, isn't it, Mr. Mapp? It's 18 months.
24 months.
24 months to get your first phase of construction in, and you get a final plat, and then from that final plat, you keep it active going through. that's why I did bring up that when we were doing the time extension and we lost the approval, COVID had a lot to do with it. We were trying to get plans approved during a period of time when we couldn't even get into the building. We couldn't get a hold of people, and, but it's still our responsibility to try to make things and move things forward. It has made us, as Trilogy, as a company that I represent, has made them a lot more active, and we have, you know, completely bonded and so forth for a subdivision versus come back in and ask for a time extension.
So do you have an estimated time of build out for this complete?
It will, we'll do the northern part, and that'll take 2 years. So hopefully phase 3 would be being done in the very north. It will make the connection to the road that does cross the Dixie Drain. And so then that will have 2 means of access, 2 points of access. And then the remaining portion will go down to Moss. And so 2023, 24, 25 would be one side, and 26 would be the other side.
Thank you.
That's our goal.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor
question for Mr. Mapp. Is Mr. Brown aware of the direction that we gave planning and zoning relative to the amenities being finished before the first phase was done, or?
No, he doesn't. No.
Okay.
Councilor McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think this is probably for Rob. Mr. McDonald, you heard what Mr. Brown had to say in regards to the bridge and not using the bridge and potentially using a lot. Can you just confirm from your point of view that that's an appropriate solution that we should approve?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman McGee. I did have a discussion with Mr. Brown, and I was in the hearing examiner's meeting, where in the meeting he requested or made a recommendation to have that crossing there. In my mind, a crossing like that would be necessary if we felt like it was going to significantly impact or improve traffic or have some kind of function that helps the area. In my mind, there is no significant impact to traffic by having that crossing. And so what I stated in that public meeting was that I don't feel like it's entirely necessary to have that crossing. And at some point, you have to kind of weigh out the feasibility of the construction. To cross the Phyllis Canal is not a simple task.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just a quick follow-up then, Mr. McDonald, then the motion that we make based on what we've got on the agenda would because I just want to make sure that we're clear about exactly what's going to happen. We don't need to change the motion. The motion as it is right now, or the language, I should say, the language as it is right now would encapsulate what you're talking about. So, in other words, I guess, Mr. McDonald, do we need to add any language to this motion? Maybe this is for Mr. Hilty, but do we need to add any language to make sure that we memorialize what's taken place here?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman McGee, it's my understanding that additional recommendation is not in the staff report, and I haven't personally reviewed the staff report, but maybe Jerome can speak to that. I don't know, there was also discussion about a pedestrian crossing, and I don't know if that is in the staff report or if that was something, a compromise that the developer was willing to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McDonald. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wanting to make sure that it sounds like what Mr. Brown has proposed is the right way to go. I just want to make sure that, you know, we've memorialized that perhaps in the minutes, or I don't know that we need to do it in the motion, but we could do it in the motion as well, just trying to confirm what we need to do.
Yeah, and reading through the conditions, it is not in there in those conditions, so would not, if that's the way that the council goes and approve the conditions of approval as written, it would not be part of that, so it would not be a requirement of them if that's the direction of the council at that time. Any other questions for Mr. Brown before we move on? Okay, very good. So he is the only one signed up to testify. We do not have anybody signed up in neutral or in opposition for this request. So with that, is there a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing? And a second?
Second.
I guess we have oh, hold on. Is there one additional comment before we close the public? Oh, okay, so actually, we'll put that that motion to bed. Sounds like we may have some additional comments from Mr. Brown. Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Jerome Mapp. I'm looking at the conditions. Condition 8.11 speaks of that Cedars 3 to 7 shall not exceed 208 units. But the issue that Mr. Brown is speaking of, 8.12 says, provide a connection from Gibson Court and Tuckness Way to make an east-west connection in whatever manner Pioneer Irrigation sees fit for the Phyllis drain.
So in the report that I'm looking at, and council, you can correct me, there is no 8.11, 8.12. So the city council summary report, which is what we probably base it off of, has 10 conditions. There is not an 8.11 or an 8.12.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, and I see that from Mr. Mapp. I would suggest, I don't know that it doesn't really affect me, but 8.10 says that I'm supposed to have a buffer on Florida, and I don't have any frontage on Florida. But I would imagine that you would want that on Indiana, and let's see, we got Indiana, Moss, and Homedale. Those would be the ones that you would want me to have the buffer on.
So it should be Indiana, not Florida, is that right? Because I see Moss is the one above it, so that should read Indiana.
I think so. I think it was just a clerical error.
You can do Florida too if you want, so. So.
I wouldn't know where to put it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that note.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. Any other questions for Mr. Brown before we close public testimony? Okay, do we have, that original motion was withdrawn, so we do need a new motion to close public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So that moves us on. So again, this is not an annexation or rezone. This is just the preliminary plat. So that would move us on to discussion as a council and any motions that you feel are appropriate.
Mr. Mayor,
Council President Allgood.
I would make a motion, we approve this preliminary plat as presented to us this evening with the wording as presented to us.
Very good. And would that include the conditions as listed on pages 2 and 3 of the summary from the staff? Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay, very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council President Allgood and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of case number SUB 22-7, which is a preliminary plat consisting of 208 single-family residential lots in an R1 low-density residential zone with conditions 8.1 through 8.10 as listed in the City Council summary report, pages 2 of 3 and 3 of 3. Discussion on the motion. Okay, no discussion, then we'll move on to our vote, and it is up and going, and you can lock in your vote. Okay, when the voting machine is locked, and the motion passes 4 in favor and 1 against. Councilor Stoddard did vote against, and the other 4 council members did vote in favor of that, so that would pass that preliminary plat approval. Is there a motion to close the this public hearing item?
So moved.
And a second? So we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor McGee to close this public hearing item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Enjoy that hot weather out there. Okay, so that moves us on to new business number 5. So we do have a full schedule before us tonight. So this is a quasi judicial matter as well. Case number ANN 22-2 and PUD 22-2. Also sub 22-6. So this is a request by Subdivision Maker LLC for annexation of 5.43 acres. Parcel, currently the applicant is requesting a planned unit development and preliminary plat for Connor Crossing subdivision, a single-phase development consisting of 3 lots, single-family dwelling lots, 18 lots for attached townhomes or duplexes. Property is designated low-density residential. Properties are located south of Vision Charter School, 19291 Ward Road in Caldwell, Idaho. Hearing examiner forwarded this case with a recommendation of approval with conditions on May 24th, 2022. With that, Mr. Mapp, would you please present the staff report?
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Jerome Mapp, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. This request is for consideration of annexation of 5.35 acres off of Ward Road. The applicant is requesting R1 zone, which is consistent with the adjacent properties and designation of the comprehensive plan. The applicant is also requesting the approval of a planned unit development and a preliminary plat for the subdivision Connor Crossing. The proposed development will include 18 lots of townhouses, 3 single-family lots. With the approval of the PUD, the minimum lot size will be reduced to 3,500 square feet and a proposed 12% open space. The parcel is adjacent to the Vision Charter School. The development meets 2 of the PUD requirements because of the variety of housing types, which attached and detached homes. The development encourages infill that contributes to the compatible design of the expanding and existing neighborhood. The proposed density is 3.87 units per acre. A playground and gazebo are being proposed for the amenities. The developer is requesting that dedication for right-of-way for the southern drain and is also requesting that these amenities be considered sufficient by the hearing body. The development is proposing reductions in the dimensional standards for the R1 zone, which includes a 10-foot street side, 0 foot in the rear, 0 feet in the interior for structures with shared walls, and a 5 foot or 5 feet for detached walls. Staff has provided an analysis of the comprehensive plan for annexation, plan your development, and preliminary plat. It is found it is consistent with many of the goals and policy of the plan. Staff is recommending approval of this annexation, PUD, and preliminary plat for Connor Crossing. Staff, any questions?
Very good. Any questions from the council for Mr. Mapp?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Council President Algan.
I just need some clarification here. In our heading, it says this parcel is 5.43 acres, and it shows the triangle there. But if you go down to the recommendation for annexation, we're annexing 60 acres. Is this, I'm not quite sure whether we're doing 5 acres or 60 acres.
I am guessing that we can confirm with the parcel numbers there. I think that is the recommendation of annexation 8.1 on page 1 of 5 of the council summary report is incorrect. That's gotta be for a different.
Well, and the reason I say that is if you go down to 9.4, there is discussion that this parcel has to meet the failure to comply with conditions opposed for Huntington Ridge East PUD, which is a whole different subdivision.
Yeah, that's one we heard a couple weeks ago.
So it's mixed in the same thing. Are we mixing 2 together, or what's going on here?
I am guessing that the template for and I'm not so the Huntington Ridge East, if you remember, is the one up off of Lincoln Road with the Mosaic Charter School in the middle. So I'm guessing that was the template report that was used, and there's a few of the things that just did not get updated on this one. So, but yeah, but it'd be very important to know which ones did not get updated, which ones did.
Yeah, 'cause it
on
looks like we're
that.
talking about
Yep.
two separate pieces of property.
Mhm. So, yep.
Okay, yeah. I think we probably need to clean this up.
Mhm. Yeah, and I would hope, obviously, that's on us, on the city, where we're the ones that write these reports. So, I don't know if we can be able to weed through this and figure out, because I hate to delay it for the applicant, you know, where it was kind of, and if we need to, I mean, I'm sure that's understandable, but if there's a way to clean it up,
Well, and Councilman McGee just pointed out there's some more sections in here as well.
Mhm.
I'm a little nervous about proceeding without the language being correct.
Okay, and so, yeah, maybe we bring, Mr. Taylor as the one on this, so, maybe we bring him forward and kind of get his take on it, and if it's like, you know, we really wanna do this tonight, let's see if we can clean it up, or if we take a few weeks to clean up the report. Does that work? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you,
apologize.
Commissioner. Oh, we know that, how overworked you and your staff are. Just so everybody knows, Mr. Mapp has lost several people in his department. And so they are extremely short-staffed and overworked, which is not a good combination on that, so so understandable. So, Mr. Taylor, do you mind addressing that first before we jump into the meat of it?
Yes, thank you, Council. Darren Taylor, Subdivision Maker LLC, 1434 New York Street, Middleton, Idaho. I'm glad to see you all here. Two funny jokes first. This is a joke. Mr. Mapp looks great tonight, and I've always been wondering why his wife married him. What did he have to offer? And now I know. The guy looks great. You dress him up. Joke number two, or funny number two. Now I know why people come to Caldwell, 'cause my 5.43 acres turned into like a 60-acre lot somewhere else. It's like, sign me up. So really grateful. I do want to clarify, Mr. Chair and Councilmember Allgood, we have 5.43 acres at the northwest corner of Ward and Linden. That's the only property that is the subject of this application.
So, I'm just trying to look through and see, it looks like, and do you have that city council summary report by chance?
No.
It's like a 5-page. Cause in looking at it, it looks like on page 1, everything's correct except for 8.1, the recommendation of the annexation, and we would just need to obviously make that for the appropriate parcel, if approved.
Because it's down here in 12.
Conditions of approval are, I think, based off of a separate, yeah, go ahead.
And it lists for instance, in 12.1, it lists the case numbers and lot numbers and, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Councilmember Allgood, I think your point's really well taken. Through some of this, I would have to go back and double check, case numbers to make sure that, they're the right ones before we would rely on the numbers in this,
Absolutely.
summary report. If you happen to have the Planning and Zoning Commission, minutes in front of you or decision, then we might be able to use that. Otherwise, I feel your comfort. Just please don't put me out very long, and may I be first on the agenda next time.
Yeah, so yeah, let's maybe, because like I said, that is a summary report, so it's possible maybe just the summary report didn't get updated, and maybe the actual report did, so that's what I'm looking through right now. So I'm on page, because if you keep going, let's see if I can get to the meat of this one. For the annexation, so it looks like, so that is correct. So if you go to page 18 of 32 on the report, this would be the actual report. So obviously not the summary, that's only 5 pages long. It does reference, if you see on number 8, recommendation annexation, that it does state, it is the right annexation number 22-2 and a request to annex 5.4 acres. So that one is correct. And then if you go to the next page, bullet point, it'll be, I guess, 12.
What page are you looking at in our packet, Mr. Mayor?
Also, page 18 of 32. So I just kept,
So, that's the,
yeah, so if you go past the summary, it's the first 5
on
pages.
page,
So page 292, I guess, of the, yeah.
gotcha.
And that's where it gets to the findings, conclusion, law, recommendation for the annexation. And again, that does reference, so it appears that it was just the summary report that was not updated, which is to try to make it easier for us, obviously. But if you go to the actual report, at least on that one, it looks correct. And if you go to the next page, 19 of 32, which is page 293 of the docket, the order of decision for the plan unit development, again, has PUD 22-2 and the right sub-preliminary plat number. And again, it does reference 5.4 acres with the applicable conditions for that, from what I can tell. So it is correct later on. So if you're comfortable with utilizing that portion of the staff report rather than the summary, I think that we could move forward with that if the council's.
Taylor's comfortable with that.
Mhm. Yeah, okay. Very good. So we'll just reference those numbers and kind of go through it on that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Very good.
Nice rescue.
Thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you. I'll just be really brief here. This is an infill project just south of Vision Charter School. Solomon Drain is on the west and Ward Lane is on the right. Across the street to the east is Shadow Glen subdivision, recently approved and constructed. They've improved the irrigation system out there, and we will tie into that. We will also drag sewer from across the street east over to our project. We went to 3 roundtable meetings on this and had 10 concepts. So the concept and the plan before you is very well vetted by city departments and the applicant. We feel very comfortable with it. We did incorporate all of the department comments. We held a neighborhood meeting and follow-up meetings with the neighbors across the drain to the west. In our initial roundtable discussions, there was some discussion about a pedestrian bridge that would cross over so that kids could cross from the west to east side of the Solomon Drain and walk north to the school. When we talked about that with the neighbors, they said, oh no, because we don't want the opposite to happen. We don't want you guys coming over and using our private path that we pay for and dues. And I guess that subdivision has 2 parts, one further north and the southern part, and they don't exactly see eye to eye because they treat their pathways as separately owned private pathways. So we have chosen to not pursue discussions with them or put in a pedestrian bridge. We do have a pathway along our west boundary. On our initial preliminary plat submittal, it did have a typo, which I believe caused a lot of consternation. I apologize. It did have a 0-foot rear setback. That should have been 10 feet. However, looking at and so we've corrected that, hopefully on the plat in front of you, because I submitted that plat, I think on the 31st of May after the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. However, when I look at lots 16 and 17, the southern lots that back to the Solomon Drain, that's 63 feet in length or depth and 81 feet. And then you get closer to, you go north to the north boundary of lot 17, you're at like 90 feet, 91, I think. If this council would consider, we would appreciate allowing a 0-foot rear setback as long as there is a utility easement in the Solomon Drain, in the common lot area that would basically go through be along the east boundary of the Solomon Drain right of way. That would help us to the extent we can fit a little larger house on lot 17 and lot 16. I think I've covered everything and happy to answer any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Any questions from council? Yes, Council President Allgood.
We're talking townhomes and single-family residence. What's the makeup?
Correct. Mr. Chair and Councilmember Algood, it's 3 single-family dwellings and 9 buildings of townhouses. So there would be 3 and 9 other buildings, so 12 buildings. But doors, you're going to have 3 front doors for the single-family dwelling, and for the 9 buildings, you'll have 18 front doors. So 18 townhouses, but 9 buildings.
Gotcha. So each townhouse will have 2 dwellings in it.
Correct, each building.
Is it a 2-story or 1-story building?
I have not seen the elevations, so I'm gonna say 2 because we can always go lower. I know the ones that this, client is doing, we also have this kind of product going out in Wilder, and they're all 2-story for the townhouses.
And what did you say the distance was? What I'm thinking here is if it's a 2-story and it's butted up against the drain, looking over into the properties on that are already existing there, how close would they be to looking into their backyards is what I
I
was
think it's about 100 feet, but I can't see this number. It's 70 to 100 feet, but I think it's 50 foot from center line on the drain is what the right-of-way requested was.
Okay.
Okay, other questions?
If that's accurate, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Other questions? I might have one. I actually know this area very well. I don't live too far from there, so I run on that pathway quite often. I know that in working with Rob a few years ago, we were able to put a crossing on that pathway for the subdivision to really get into that northern sub. And me and my kids use it all the time to get to Skyway Elementary. I think it'd be a huge benefit to have a pathway across for this area right here, just because there's a lot of kids in that neighborhood that go to Vision Charter, and they'd be much more likely if there was a pathway here to jump through there to get there rather than going up. So you can kind of see it if Rob goes a little north where, it'd be.
I've seen, I see that crossing. And I saw that when we made our application, and we really considered that until the neighbors kind of said that they didn't want it. So if it's a condition of approval, our clients are happy to do that.
And it's totally up to the council, but I would say, being a resident of that area and walking my kids to school, I would see a huge benefit to have that there.
It was part of our initial thought, but we were trying to accommodate neighbors. If there are any neighbors here, they're saying, wait, he said there wouldn't be, and now he's saying there will be. And so I might get stabbed from the back.
Yeah, but like I said, it's up to the council, and I mean, anytime we can provide connectivity, especially where there's schools involved and kids walking to school rather than having to, especially when you got a busy road. If they don't, then they're going out on Linden, then up Ward to get to the school. That's a nightmare intersection already. So anytime we can do things like that, in my opinion, it's a benefit all the way around, so.
Happy to do it, and more happy to do it if we can get rear lot setback on lots 16 and 17.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Any other questions or? Okay, very good. And Mr. Taylor is the only one that signed up on this one. Obviously, he signed up in favor. We have nobody signed up in opposition or neutral. So with that, is there a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing? In a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So public testimony portion has been closed, which moves us in, again, discussion, any motions in regards to the request. And again, as we go through this, depending on the direction of the council, we'll want to make sure we take it step by step, that we're, commenting on the correct parcel, correct things like that. So, obviously, any discussion on this is an annexation, so it would be an annexation, PUD, and preliminary plat, either approval or denial. If the council does go in the direction of the approval, we'll just want to make sure that we do point out the correct areas in here that we're annexing the right property. And I'm sure Mr. Taylor would appreciate that as well. So, discussion, motions, and anything of that nature.
Mr. Mayor, I should have asked Mr. Taylor why he was still up here, but I think you understand it well because you, like you said, you're over there quite a bit. What was the reason, again, that the neighbors didn't want that bridge? Because they didn't want the activity to come the other way? Is that right?
I believe that's what, was indicated. And again, I don't live in the subdivision, but like I said, I do, it's right next to where I do live. So, And yeah, you do see that the one subdivision on the north was finished first, then another builder came in and finished the south half. So even though they are one subdivision, you do see kind of a divide between the two, and so they do kind of take care of their pathways a little bit different. I know when we did that, and Rob can confirm this, or deny it if he wants, but when we did that crossing to the north, the subdivision was extremely excited to have that done, where their kids could easily cross that. Most of them were going up to Skyway Elementary, but yeah, it was a big deal for us to work with Vision Charter to get an easement through their property back there and all that. So I know there was a lot of excitement from those neighbors to get that in, and so I'm not sure the concerns, obviously, of those neighbors on the south, if they think it's gonna, draw more people over on what they consider to be their private pathway.
But Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, it's really not their private pathway, correct?
And that I'm not certain of in that regards, no. I mean, it provides connectivity, across. I don't know if there's any public right of way there, what the easements are, but obviously it's used by a number of people that live on there. And if it's being used, it's gonna be used by those residents.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna be seeing people driving there to drop their kids off to walk across. So whatever is being used, it's gonna be by the people that live there, which they would obviously all have the right to use it.
I'm just eliminating reasons not to do what you're suggesting, and because it does sound like a good add to what we're doing.
Any other discussion or comments or questions of staff? And if not, any motions?
So, Mr. Mayor, I have another question.
Yes.
We're approving a plan unit development, but don't we normally see some kind of diagram of what this development's gonna look like before we approve this? We haven't seen anything, what this is gonna look like.
Council President, all good. That is, yes. And obviously it's not a requirement to provide. Oh, Mr. Mapp, did you have any comments on that? You know, not a requirement for them to provide that. Oftentimes you do see that. I'm looking through.
Basically, all I could find was line drawings like you got there.
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Mapp or Mr. McDonald have any additional information in regards to that. So I think kind of what you're talking about is like elevations, kind of seeing what the building's gonna look like.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Mayor, City Council.
Yes, Mr. Mapp.
It's my understanding that there aren't any elevations of the type of dwelling units that are going to be placed on the site, oversight from my department. Apologize.
So if you go to page 303 of your docket, it's not elevations, but that is the landscape plan that shows on that. But again, there are no elevations, but that is the landscape plan that's being shown on that. Was everybody able to find that page? It's page 29 of 32 of the staff report, but again, page 303 of 389 on the docket.
Right, and I don't know, I'm getting a little frustrated here. Mr. Taylor reported that there was a total of 18 doors on the townhomes, right? And then 3 single-family dwellings, but there's a lot more lots indicated here than that. I'm with the landscape drawing here.
Yeah, on that. So
The map looks like a lot more lots than that.
There's at least 19 that I counted.
Unless each one of those townhomes is gonna be
So typically, yeah, there would be, and we can have Mr. Taylor, I know public testimony is closed, but he can confirm this with staff. But a townhome, rather than like a duplex is usually on one lot, have those, a townhome is usually one building, but on 2 separate lots. So it has a common wall that goes through it with a property line. So it's built differently. There's different, for fire code, things like that. You have to have certain firewall separations, but they would each of these lots would have one townhome on it with a common wall where the property line goes through. So you would have different ownership on each one. And I'm seeing a head nod from Mr. Taylor. So each of those lots would just have one of the townhomes on it, not 2 on each one.
All right. So then the math makes sense. Yeah.
and that, like I said, allows for separate ownership of each of those. Yes, Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, and I would just mention too that if you're counting more lots, then you may be including the common lot also that is on there, that's not a buildable lot.
And you can kind of see, if you look at the drawing, if you look at those, I'm looking at the big screen behind us because it's easier for me to see the hashed drawings you can see inside of the lots. I think it's kind of what shows what the building would be, and then you see the property line in the center. So if I'm not mistaken, it looks like the single-family lots would be I guess I have a pointer. I can use that. It's a little weak. So I think this would be a single-family lot, looking again at this. This would be a single-family lot here. And then it looks like this one here, which just has that. Is that, yep, Mr. Taylor's nodding correct. And then you can see the dashed lines. So that would be one building on two different lots with, again, the lot line going through the middle on it. Okay. Any other, does that kind of clarify that? Okay. Very good.
So, Mr. Mayor, in the motion, do we need to, correct, page 271, subparagraph 9.3 then to reflect the 5.43, or just forget about that paragraph?
So if you're on, again, page 271, which is page, so if you did that, or you could just go to page, is it 3, and just reference that, if I could get, oh, actually, no, it was, I'm almost there. Yeah. So what you could do is just reference page 292, which is the correct, it's 8.1. Now that's a recommendation you would on that, but it obviously it's just an order decision that you're doing with on that. So yeah, so you would just reference 8.1 of the staff report, page 18 of 32. Because that does indicate the 5.4 acres for that annexation. So,
Mr. Mayor, to me, and I'm kind of looking at staff as I'm saying this, that in the motion, if the council decides, the motion could just simply reference the staff report and not the summary staff report. Is that accurate? And I think I don't see any reason why that's not an appropriate motion.
yeah. And the conditions is listed in the staff report,
Yes,
not in the
and
summary.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, is there any further discussion? And if not, are there any motions?
We're a little queasy over here. Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council, I'm comfortable after scanning through the staff report, recognizing that the summary staff report is incorrect. There's no doubt that there's some replication. There's some, as you say, Mr. Mayor, there's some template that obviously got copied and pasted over that shouldn't have. And I have had an opportunity to at least scroll down and look through the staff report. Mr. Mayor, you've pointed out correctly in that staff report that those numbers are indeed correct, and so that does give me comfort to go ahead and proceed.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any other comments or discussion or any motions?
Well, it was in the summary, that's the problem, the motion was.
And the motion, like I said, if it's a motion for denial, that's very easy. But if the council is looking at approval, it would just basically, your motion would include, and again, referencing the application numbers, which would be correct, which would be the ones that you see on the bottom of each page of the council report, annexation 22-2, PUD 22-2, subdivision 22-6. So referencing those numbers in your motion if you do decide to approve it, with conditions as listed in the staff report, not the summary. And then if you were wanting to add a condition about the crossing, pedestrian crossing, you could add that into there as well, if that was the flavor of the council and direction you're wanting to go.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll take a stab at this, we can work through it. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve annexation number ANN 22-0000002, PUD number 22-00002, and SUB 22-00006, as stated in the staff report beginning on roughly 292 of our document, and that the discussed walkway or connectivity between the subdivisions be one of the requirements to the approval of this request.
Very good. That would be in addition to all the other conditions as stated in the staff report.
That is correct.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion from Council President Allgood and a second from Councilor McGee. And again, I'll just restate it just to make sure very clear for everybody. So this is for approval, again, as listed in the City Council staff report for the annexation, PUD, and subdivision is mentioned in the motion from Council President Allgood, along with the conditions listed in the City Council staff report, with the addition of the condition of a pedestrian pathway connection. Does that sound?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we have that. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, then voting is open. And voting is closed. We've locked the votes and voting, it is a unanimous decision in approval from the council, so that request has now been approved. Is there a motion to close this public hearing item?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Stodic and a second from Councilor Register to close this public hearing item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is closed. So before we move on to actually, let's go ahead and do number 6, then I'll ask you if you want to take a little break. So the next action item is actually just the bill and ordinance for this annexation with a request to waive the rules, pass on the first reading, and approve the summary for publication. So I'll read bill number 5, ordinance number 3399 by its title only. An ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the R1 low-density residential zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215. Is there a motion to waive the 3 reading process and consider this bill and ordinance on its first reading by title only?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Williams.
I move to waive the 3 reading process and consider bill number 5, ordinance number 3399 on its first reading by title only.
Good. Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Allgood to waive the 3 reading process and consider this bill on its first reading by title only. And if you want to go ahead and lock your votes in. And the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Is there a sponsor of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Williams.
I move to sponsor bill number 5, ordinance number 3399, move for its passage by title only,
And
approve the summary for publication.
perfect. Yes, very good. Excellent. I know sometimes like, do we include that or not? That's when you do. You do on that one. Very good. So we have a motion from Councilor Williams, a second from Councilor Allgood for sponsorship of bill number 5, ordinance number 3399 for its passage by title only and approving the summary for publication. Lock in your votes. It is open. And voting is closed, and that passes unanimously as well. So that concludes action item number 6. And then real quick question, does the council want to take a few minute break before we move on to the next items? Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a 5 minute break and move on to the next action item. Definitely, yeah. It's those workshops before it kind of makes it long, so.
You're still on Friday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sounds good. I'm not gonna be there, I'm gonna be camping.
Oh, okay.
But Tara will still be there and
Okay.
others, so we'll know what's going on.
Any recommendations to Chop or no, like, before we start?
Yeah,
Everything?
I'm a huge fan of, I like their mac and cheese. It's a butter and squash mac and cheese, so it's not heavy. Yeah, and they also, I mean, they have potato grenades. I'm an appetizer girl, like I could eat appetizers and be happy. They leave potato grenades with like mashed potatoes and truffle fries.
Really good. Okay, we get there about 4.
Good to see you here tonight.
Yeah, and you guys don't need to like be out there at 5:30, like 10 minutes is totally fine.
Okay.
There's no sign up and you already know what you're doing. They'll probably give her a bit, she has her, but everybody else will be good. So Kara will be out there, she's gonna sit next to you guys, so you'll be clear and be clear. Yep, all good.
Okay.
Maybe a little more shade.
Hopefully.
How you doing?
Good. Hey, take stuff with you. Goodies. Take goodies with you.
What?
Take goodies with you.
I will.
Good job.
I'm going. Yeah. You have me right. When you put the word little in front, you have about that.
Who else? Well, that's what I got. Well, I think.
Yes, sir.
Brent.
That was a good break there. Needed it.
Okay, I think we just hit our 5-minute mark for our break, at least by my watch. So that'll bring us back. I think, yep, we have all the counselors back and present. So thank you. We appreciate you all letting us take a little break to stretch a little bit and get ready for the second half on that. So we are now on action item number 7, public hearing quasi judicial, and this is case number ANN 22-6, a request for annexation of approximately 1.74 acres inclusive of 3 strips of land totaling, one is 0.59 acres, one is 1.08 acres, and the last one is 0.07 acres, laying adjacent to Mandalay Ranch number 1 and the Mason Creek Drain with a zoning designation of R1 low density residential. The applicant is required to extend and complete the major pathway and landscaping from the current west termination point to Middleton Road. Subject properties are located approximately 480 feet north of the intersection of Middleton and Highway 2026 on the west side of Middleton Road. Planning and Zoning Commission forwarded this case with a recommendation of approval on June 14, 2022. Mr. Mapp, that looks
Mayor,
very
and
interesting.
council. Yes.
So I remember these pieces of property, so, okay, if you could present your staff report, please.
Yes, sir, thank you. We're asking for consideration for the annexation of 1.74 acres across 3 parcels of the Mandalay Ranch pathway. When Mandalay Ranch development was originally approved, this pathway was proposed to be adjacent to the Mason Creek. The Bureau of Reclamation informs staff that due to the topography and meandering of the bank, they would not allow a pathway into the easement. The property recently changed ownership, and the current owners wanted to make sure the development was compliant with conditions of approval in the approved time extension from last year. This application for annexation is compliant with the current zoning standards, the comprehensive plan, and staff is recommending approval. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mapp. Any questions from council? Okay, so go ahead, sorry.
All we're doing is annexing these 3 strips, correct?
That's, yeah, it looks like it's just cleaning up what they weren't able, because I know the property used to go across, because usually you either go to the middle of the canal or it's like your side. This one was odd where it actually went across. So the property on the south went across the canal to the other side, abutting this property. So it looks like that's changed hands. So I think it's just cleaning up what could have been done earlier, but it just didn't because of the property lines. Does that sound correct, Mr. Mapp? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, we only have one person signed up for this item as well. Mr. Jay Walker, in favor. If you'd please come forward and give us your report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this evening to clean up this item. My name, again, is Jay Walker. I'm with Kimley Horn. I office at 849 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho 83616. And just want to take a moment to thank Jerome Mapp and congratulate him on his retirement, and thankful for his service over many years for this community, and wish him the best. So yeah, thank you, staff, and appreciate the recommendation from P&Z. We do have a little presentation, but this is an item that's a cleanup from a long time ago. We started this project back in 2004, I think, right, Jerome? The mayor knows and remembers this from his P&Z days. And we did not own this property, and at that time there was substantial farming within this area, and the owner to the south of the Mason Drain parked his farming equipment, and it had some value to him, and he wasn't willing to sell. But obviously times change, and we did clean up this and purchased these 3 parcels and are now able to be compliant with what should have been done in the original preliminary plat application, and the extension done with this group not too long ago set forth the requirements. So if you'll advance, Rob, just so what it said is the developer shall construct the Mason Creek Drain pathway from the east boundary of Lot 19, Block 1, Mandalay Ranch Phase 1 on adjacent parcels, owned now by Caldwell 94 LLC in accordance with the pathway requirements. And then referring back to the development agreement that was recorded with this preliminary plat approval, we are to do that 8-foot wide pathway with 5-foot landscape buffers on either side. And I want to make sure that it's clear with mayor and council that we're able to do that. Well, the pathway and the face of the pathway is able to be located outside the BOR PID easement. It's owned by and regulated by BOR, and I've had conversations with Lupe Rodriguez and Reese Randall from the BOR, and we've got all the permits in place. And they want a setback in order to maintain and operate and clean their ditch, even though they've never done it there. We wish they would. But we are improving that bank and cleaning things up as we go. And as a finishing touch to that would be this connection of pathway from where we terminated with phase 1 of Mandalay Ranch. We're now on phase 4, construction-wise. And that will extend east to Middleton Road and tie into the concrete 8-foot pathway along Middleton Road. So this will provide a great amenity for Caldwell City and connectivity for multimodal and pedestrian traffic. So we're excited to do that. I could go through the planning staff conditions, but we are in agreement. There are a couple that I didn't quite understand and I don't think relate to this annexation. And we are requesting as a part of this annexation zoning designation of R1 consistent with the project. So I want to make sure that's clear, Mayor. A zoning is assigned with this. So I'll stand for any questions and thank you again. A couple of slides ahead, Rob, after we get through the planning staff conditions that we okayed. I think there was one that I questioned, but if we go one more slide, there is the pathway landscape plan exhibit that shows that connectivity, and I'll stand for any questions. Thank you for, again.
Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Yes, Councilor Ogden.
There's not gonna be any structures on any of this. This is just pathway.
Absolutely not. And if the council would prefer, they can put a no-build on these 3 and the designation, the annexation. It can't be. It's within easement. It's only, well, the total width is 50 feet. Of that 50 feet, 35 is within the BOR easement. So
Gotcha.
nobody's going to build on the other 15 feet and of any structure of significance, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think they could if they wanted to.
No, not especially not with an 8-foot pathway there.
Yeah.
So,
Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, Mr. Walker is the only one signed up for this item. So with that, I ask for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So that moves us on to, and I was reviewing the summary, the city council summary report. It looks like everything is correct in this one on that, so I think we're good there. But again, any discussion on this, any motions? Again, this is just for the annexation, as it was mentioned. Total is 1.74 acres, but essentially that narrow strip of ground they were recently able to acquire that abuts their existing development. So any discussion or motions on annexation 22-6?
Mr. Mayor,
Council President Allgood.
I'll make the motion. The Caldwell City Council accepts the comprehensive plan analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law listed herein. Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the Mayor and City Council hereby order that ANN 22-00006, a request for annexation of Mandalay Pathway consisting of 1.74 acres more or less in 3 parcels, R34089010C, R34090010, and R34089010B in an R1 low-density residential, Caldwell, Idaho, is approved with the conditions listed in sections 10 of the staff report. and that, no, and I would just add that no building be allowed on the property.
Okay, very good. Would, and sorry, Counselor McGee, real quick, would that wanna just be limited to residential building? I'm just wondering if they needed to build a pump station or something like that in the future, would that limit?
Yeah, and
that?
like everybody said, probably couldn't build anything on
Yeah.
there, but yeah.
Okay, very good. Is that a group? Okay, so we have a motion from Council President Allgood and then motion, or a second from Councilor McGee, again for approval. The findings of fact, conclusions of law and the order of decision for case number N 22-6 with the conditions as listed in the staff report with the additional condition of no residential building construction within these parcels. And the voting is open. And, oh, sorry, is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, go ahead and vote. Good, and voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to close this public hearing item?
So moved.
In a second? I have a motion from Councilor Stoddard, a second from Councilor Williams to close, this new business action item number 7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So that moves us on to action item number 8, a housekeeping item for this annexation. This is for, to consider bill number 22, ordinance number 3416, with a request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading and approve the summary for publication. So I'll read this, bill and ordinance by title only. Bill number 22, ordinance number 3416, an ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the R1 low-density residential zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215. So do we have a motion to waive the three reading process and consider this bill and ordinance on its first reading by title only?
Mr. Mayor,
Council President Allgood.
I move we waive the 3 reading rule and consider bill number 22, ordinance number 3416, by title only.
Good, is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council President Allgood and a second from Councilor Stoddard to waive the 3 reading process and consider bill number 22, ordinance number 3416 on its first reading by title only. The voting is open. And voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Do we have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Council President Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number, last one please, 22, ordinance number 3416, and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Council President Allgood and a second from Council Register, sponsorship of this bill and ordinance by title only and approving the summary for publication. The voting is open. And voting is closed and locked, and that passes unanimously. Very good. So that concludes action item number 8 and moves us on to action item number 9. This is a public hearing quasi judicial. Case number VAC, Vacation 22-01. It's not the vacation where you get to go to Hawaii, in case if you're wondering what's going on here. This is a request for partial vacation of plat notes that reference common lot ownership by the Business Owners Association for all phases and replats as identified herein for Sky Ranch Business Center subdivision. Properties are located south of Highway 2026 and along Smead Parkway in Caldwell, Idaho.
Could you do that first one?
Very good. So we do have a few people signed up on this one. So those in favor, we do have 2 people signed up. Curtis Moore, who signed up in favor but indicated does not wish to provide public testimony. And then Katie Vandenberg Van List. Did I get that? Close enough. Okay, very good. So we'll have the staff report from Mr. Mapp first, and then we'll have you come forward and do your presentation. Mr. Mapp.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is something that has been on the horizon for a number of months. We've been working with the applicant. What they propose to do is in the areas you see that are in yellow, And you described the proposed application about the vacation. These are common lots in Sky, Ranch. That means that the, business association is responsible for maintaining those common areas, along the right-of-way. The city of Caldwell Planning Department, through our ordinance, requires that, in many areas throughout the city, that common lots are established for a number of different things. One is utilities, one is landscaping. I have one project that has a common lot, which is a community center. So, what we're talking about here is a commercial, association. And so, and the applicant can explain better, but from my understanding is that right now, the maintenance of those common lots are responsible with the association. What has happened over the last, I think, about 2 years, that those areas really have not been maintained. And so our code enforcement officers had to go out and meet with individuals to maintain their grass. It was dying. And other landscaping amenities were on the site. So what the applicant wants to do is they want to vacate the plat notes that basically say now that the association is responsible for all maintenance of the site. They want to change, the notes are going to allow, if approved, that each individual business owner would now have jurisdiction over their portion of the common lot that's adjacent to their property. So for our staff, instead of dealing with one owner, we did not to deal with multiple owners. Staff would have to write separate letters, contact individuals. It seems that it's always been easier to deal with one owner than multiple owners. So this issue is more than just Sky Ranch and their association. As you well know, when we approve a subdivision, that the subdivision has common lots with the description that I mentioned. Matter of fact, some developments have common lots in the roadway because they have two entrances. And so this road area is a common lot. And so the concern that our department has is that what kind of precedent does this set for any other association, either being commercial or residential, that at some time they could say, oh, well, we don't want to do this now. As an association, we're going to turn it over to the individual property owners to maintain. That's not, I believe, appropriate for us to do. Even with the change of the notes that would allow individual property owners to maintain the landscaping along the right-of-way, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. So when we deal with code violations, and that's why we have that division within our department, code enforcement, it makes it difficult for our staff to keep up with the demand that could be generated, not only this particular project, but any project that comes to this body and requests a vacation of responsibility. What kind of options do we have? Currently, right now, not many. Option would be to allow them to vacate the association and allow individuals to maintain the landscaping as identified in the yellow areas. One way would be to deny that based upon precedent that may set for other associations. The third one that we're just exploring right now is maybe a hybrid, and I'm not really sure how that, it's something that's been discussed by our Pathway and Bike Route Committee of how to deal with pathways that are in common lots or within easements if it's not maintained. That's all I can tell you right now. I don't have a lot of details on it. But our office is concerned of the direction of making this kind of change at this time. You have my summary report. Could you pull up the notes? Just for reference, the request by the applicant is 9.1, and they have 5 notes they want to modify. The note is highlighted. I just want to have you see what the actual note says compared to what they have provided within the staff report. So right now, the association is responsible to do all of that. I should mention, I almost forgot, Idaho Power is not in favor of this. I think we put that in your packet. We did not hear anything else, from other utilities. But as I mentioned, utilities are usually in these common areas, landscaping, other amenities that are essential for proper planning and development. I would stand for any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mapp. Any questions from council? Council President Allgood?
So I want to be clear, we're calling these common lots. Are they separate from the legal description of the piece of property? So do they have their own property description? Are they a separate lot?
They are separate. What the proposal is that those areas are common lots would be incorporated into the adjacent property owner. And that's when they would be responsible to make those,
but at this moment, they are not part of that property.
Correct. They're part of a whole separate entity.
Okay.
And that's how our common lots are done completely. Usually on the residential side, the homeowners association is responsible to do, lawn maintenance, trimming the trees, watering, the landscaping, and maintenance.
Very good. Councilor Williams?
Yeah, so, and maybe this is a question for legal, but if it's a common lot and it doesn't belong to the property owner, can we just assign it to that property owner and make them responsible for it?
Yeah. Mr. Hilty?
So there's as the staff report indicates in the narrative, and I think that the applicant will speak to this, it's kind of a two-step approach is what they've proposed. One would be to eliminate the plat notes. That's what's before you tonight. Those plat notes require that the common areas be owned and maintained by the Business Owners Association. If those plat notes go away, then they're not required to be owned or maintained by the Business Owners Association. And I think they would follow that up with, applications to planning and zoning to adjust lot lines to incorporate those into their property. I think and I can give, if you'll permit me, Mayor, some institutional background on this. As this area began to be developed 20 years ago, there was, I think, a vision by the initial subdivider, which was a private party, to have the entire area built out with some commonality regarding landscaping and frontage improvements. And I think what happened as developers came on behind that initial development, this theme was not carried on throughout. So you wound up with sort of a hopscotch approach out there where certain of these common areas were owned and operated by a Business Owners Association, which I think the idea was might be expanded to incorporate the broader development out there, and that just didn't happen. And so this I think is the only owners association that exists out there and has this requirement. And so contrast that with a typical residential subdivision that all comes in at the same time. All of the common areas are identified by that application at the same time. All of them have the ordinance obligation to operate or to maintain those common areas. So I think the questions as we go forward would be, if you're interested in doing this, how are these properties going to be maintained, and how are we sure that that's going to occur in the future? So, but the initial question is the city can't sort of wave its hand and incorporate these properties into the adjoining parcels. But once the requirement that they be held by the Business Owners Association is vacated, then the private property owners could do that with the business association.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question for
Yes.
Mr. Hilty.
Don't go too far.
I'm at your service.
So, do you remember the piece of property we dealt with for quite a while up on Marble Front where the homeowners association dissolved and left this piece of property in weeds and nobody owned it? How did we resolve that?
It was still owned by the homeowners association, and Rob, I think I worked with you on that. I don't remember how that got resolved or if it has been maintained.
Nobody
going
wanted it.
forward.
It's just like no man's land.
Yeah, no, it would be the same thing as the Business Owners Association allowing itself to be forfeited at the Secretary of State's office and everybody shrugging their shoulders and saying, it's not my job, right? That, Jerome, we are currently vetting some ordinance amendments to try to deal with that. Fortunately, it hasn't happened very often, but it does put the city in a difficult spot. Rob, do you have information about Marble Front?
Yeah, we did go round and round for quite a while, and I think what ended up happening there is a few property owners kind of stepped up and started maintaining some of the area that was causing a problem.
Okay, so it's still in their possession then? Roughly.
Yeah, it's common area for that subdivision, right?
Yeah. Any other questions, council?
Mr. Mayor, I think there was a piece of property up behind, the Maverick station over there too by the Elks. That,
That's
I don't know, is that the one you're talking about? Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, very good, thank you so much, appreciate that. So, I think I'm gonna try to get this name right. Oh yes, Mr. Matt, you have one more comment?
I just went, excuse me. I can give you some examples of what we've done lately in regarding to common lots. We have a situation where a canal is located where the center line is 150 feet on both sides. And could you put up the one picture? This is how common lots would work. And I think you need to see all this. Okay, to the right, that's I don't remember what canal it is, but from the center line of the canal, they have an easement that you can't, it's basically a no build, no landscaping, no fencing area. And so in this particular one that I dealt with last summer, the property owners had to put a fence in, but they put the fence at the edge of the easement that belonged to the canal company. Could you go to the next one? One more. And so basically, this turned into with their backyard, even though that they had like 75 feet of property that they owned. The easement took away 30, 40, 50 feet. We sell this, we believe, in future subdivisions where those areas are now common lots. If it's owned by the canal company, then we make that a common lot. And so the property owner knows exactly, where their property lines. And so when you look at a plat, you would see along the ditch or drain, a common lot, kind of what Jay was looking at before.
And I think also what Mr. Brown was showing on his earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Also where his that one.
So I just wanted to show you how we've been using common lots in regards to residential. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mapp. So we do have one signed up in favor to testify. Katie Vandenberg Van Vliet. Did I get closer that time? Excellent. So if you could just state your name and address for the record, and then the time is yours.
Sure, thank you. My name is Katie Vandenberg Van Vliet. I'm an attorney at Sawtooth Law Offices. Our office address is 1101 West River Street, Suite 110, Boise, Idaho. So I feel like the initial presentation, there was a few misconceptions of what we're asking for that I'd like to clear up. And I'll try to make my part very quick so you guys can, I'll stand for questions and clear up any other misgivings there may be for this application. But I thought Mr. Hilty nailed some very important points that are important in understanding our application. So I'm here on behalf of the Sky Ranch Business Center Subdivision Owners Association, and he's right. That's exactly what happened. There was this hopscotch development where the Sky Ranch Business Center kind of came in. They're the closest ones to 2026, and it's a mix of commercial and industrial properties. And they somehow started this Business Owners Association and became responsible for all the landscaping right there at the entrance of this big commercial subdivision. However, there are a bunch of other platted areas behind them, and those properties have not been involved in the landscaping, have not been contributing. They're not a part of this Business Owners Association. And so the big entrance to this subdivision, all of the burden of the landscaping that is falling on a very small portion of business owners when it actually benefits everybody that's a part of that business park. So it's falling on a much smaller number of business owners than it should. And I have not been involved with this project for very long, but my understanding is there's been a very long history with this certain business park of trying to get other owners to join the association. That was the first approach that was taken, to try to get everybody to share those costs. But of course, who wants to, offer up money to share those costs when they don't have to, right? They weren't obligated to. So that didn't work out. Another avenue that I believe, again, I wasn't involved in this personally, but this was explained to me by other people involved, is that they tried to work with the city of Caldwell some years ago to get it to be made of some part of renewal district or something, where they could be taxed and use that money to maintain that landscaping. Again, that fell through, wasn't an option. So I've been working very closely with the city of Caldwell and their other legal counsel, Mr. Doug Waterman, and this was the best opportunity we could find and the best avenue we could find to make this fair and hopefully, bring some pride back into the subdivision and get people to take care of the landscaping. And another kind of part of this that hasn't been explained either is that most northern portion along 2026, the Idaho Transportation Department actually wants to purchase part of that to widen 2026, but yet we are obligated to own it. So that doesn't really make sense when you have a plat that says, the Business Owners Association has to own it, ITD needs part of it for a road, but yet we're forced to own it. So that's kind of an issue. So when that came up, we kind of realized, well, look, here's the opportunity to vacate these, turn them over to the adjacent property owners, and allow them to maintain them. And so that's exactly what we propose to do, and he's correct. This is a two-step process. So this is, the first part is just getting our name off of those plat notes. And there's been some confusion with our application. There's been references to it as a plat amendment, but that is not correct. That's under a totally different analysis and code section than a vacation is. And so we're not trying to amend it. We're just trying to get rid of those parts of the notes that obligate us to own it. And so once those are vacated, then we can proceed with a lot line adjustment process and deed those over to the adjoining property owners. And we do think there will be even greater pride of ownership. When you are responsible for taking care of what's immediately adjacent to your property, you want it to look nice, you want to bring customers in. And so we think that that may help. I want to go over some of the concerns that the city had. So the first thing is that I've dug through the Caldwell Code, and I do see that there are common lot requirements for residential subdivisions. However, I was not able to find anywhere where there are specific requirements for commercial subdivisions, and if the city of Caldwell can provide me with those, I'd be happy to look over those, but I don't know where, it's actually required that a commercial subdivision have a common lot. And then the other thing is we are not asking to vacate any easements. So any easements that are in place now for utilities, Idaho Power, drainage, those are all staying. And if you look really closely at the plats that we've provided you in the application, you can see that we are not asking to vacate any of those. So whatever else is on those plats that we are not asking to vacate, those remain a part of it, and that includes the easements. So those fears of not having utility easements, ingress, egress, drainage, those are totally misplaced. We're not asking to vacate any of that. We're just asking to vacate the notes that say that we have to own these lots. Let's see. And then they're worried that there's no assurance that the landscaping will be maintained. There is a code section that obligates property owners along the roads to maintain their landscaping, so they can still use that as an enforcement mechanism. We have also drafted amendments to the CC&Rs that place the burden on the homeowners to maintain that landscaping instead of the Business Owners Association. So there's now a covenant in place. Once those are signed, they're not signed yet, we're kind of waiting on this process, but to give other adjoining landowners assurance that their neighbors will be taking care of that land. Let's see. Again, I feel like the enforcement of this, it's just like they'd have to enforce any other property. It's not like it's going to be a big playground or a big park sitting empty. It's just little strips that are going to be combined with the lots that they immediately sit adjacent to. And so it's going to be fairly easy for those code enforcement officers to identify who's not maintaining their lot and which business they need to contact. So I feel like that fear is also misplaced. And then again, I just like to hammer on the fact that this has been a very long process. We've been working for years on this to try to figure out how to resolve this, how to make it fair, how to bring people to the table, and how to make sure things are landscaped. And so, like I said, we've been working with them for a long time. I've been speaking with legal counsel for a long time, and this was the best option that we could come up with. And the last thing I wanted to touch on, sorry that I skipped over, was we are aware that there has been some lack of landscaping, And part of that was due to the confusion of the developer not turning over the lots to the Business Owners Association officially. And so, for example, that spot along 2026 that is going to be sold, needs to be sold to the Idaho Transportation Department, the developer retained that, and he was supposed to be responsible for maintaining it. But yet, because of these plat notes, you know, the city was coming back on us to maintain it. So there's just been a lot of jumble, a lot of confusion. This needs cleared up, and that's what we're trying to do here tonight. We're trying to do it the right way. We're not trying to just dissolve and disappear and, you know, leave you with something that no one's responsible for. So we're trying to take action and do it the right way. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Council Register.
Yeah, I have a few that I just want to try to clear up real quick. So the purpose of the Business Owners Association, is in that purpose, is it included about maintaining that landscaping, or?
You're saying in the purpose of the, like,
It's the purpose of the Business Owners Association if we don't have them, if it's not a requirement by the city.
right, so there really wouldn't be another purpose other than for the landscaping, from my understanding.
Okay.
The Business Owners Association doesn't do much other than that.
Okay, so they did, so whether or not there was confusion with the developer on who was, who owned it or whatever, they had an association to take care of the landscaping, so they must have known that they were supposed to do it if that was their purpose, right?
Well, correct, but there's several different common areas, and he had actually removed that. He had done a CC&R amendment to remove it as a common area. So he retained the deed to it, but yet there's a plat saying we own it.
Okay.
So and he had kind of, you know,
Well, the reason
taken
I
control of
ask
it.
is because if the lots go vacant, or the business goes vacant, let's say, that, you know, say 6 of them go vacant, who then is gonna take care of the landscaping if nobody's in the business?
I would say that the property owner would remain responsible until it is sold or transferred.
Okay. All right, so, there's another one, let's see. I think that, well, I guess my only other question was, the other businesses that came in after, they're not required to join the business association? Like, when I buy a house in a subdivision, I really don't have a choice, so I'm just wondering.
Correct. So the problem is that one developer did not develop this entire business park. So he developed, I think, like 3 phases. And then in this same area that uses the same entrance, other developers came in and developed they platted it separately. So he didn't plat everything within there. So everything that he did not plat is not subject to the Business Owners Association. It's a hodgepodge of all these different developers and different business parks.
Well, I think my biggest concern is that if the businesses go, empty, or if they have to be owned by a bank or whatever, that there's nobody that's gonna be then maintaining it, and if we had 4 or 5 of them, that could be a real problem, I think.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor McGee?
Thanks, Mayor. And Katie, you probably already addressed this and I just didn't catch it, but if I'm Business X and I'm lined up, against one of those highlighted sections right now that's dedicated to me or could be, have you done a survey with the businesses? Have you talked to each business and they have agreed that they will maintain that section that would go back to them? Is that taking place?
So I haven't been involved in that process personally, but the officers of the Business Owners Association have. So they're the ones that came to us. The officers talked to all the owner members, and then they came to us and said, here's what we want to do, here's what the owner members want to do. Get this done for us.
And Mr. Mayor, just following up on that, Katie, I guess one of the concerns I would have is, that sounds right. I mean, I hope that is the case, but if there's some rogue owners out there that don't want to maintain it, then I don't see how this could possibly work.
Right, and it's my understanding that all of the owners that are joining these common lots have agreed. That's my understanding.
Is there any agreement in writing that we can see where the property owners have agreed to that?
No, there's not at this time. I mean, we've drafted the CC&R amendments that would be put into a place after. after this takes effect, but no, I don't have an agreement in writing.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor
Sure.
Williams.
Maybe this is just the same question, but what if I as an owner say, no, thank you, I don't want that property?
So, again, it's my understanding the officers have spoken with them all. We don't anticipate that being the case, but
Do I have the option? Can I as an owner say, no, thank you, I don't want the property?
they can vote, that would have been recorded as part of their vote when they made this decision. And it's my understanding that nobody voted no.
So a property can be forced on me.
Nobody is saying that a property has been forced on them. Sorry, I hope I'm on the same page as you.
Mr. Mayor, I just
Yes.
want to follow up on
Yeah.
Councilor Williams. The top road here in the picture, I believe that's Skyway. Is that correct?
So, I'm sorry, which?
That's 2026, so that, the top yellow line there would be one long continuous piece of property that's lawn and evergreen trees and, is that correct?
Along 2026, you're asking? Except for the portion that is being transferred to Idaho Transportation Department that they want to purchase.
And wherever it is, what I'm saying is, it's not broken up into pieces like the lot lines are. So that's a lot, just using that as an example, that's a lot of property to maintain. I mean, there's probably more than an acre there, along there. And so it wouldn't be reasonable to think that each property owner would go mow his 200 feet of that, and the next property owner would mow his 200 feet of that. Am that making sense there?
Yep, correct. So you're right. So it was kind of, it's kind of messy. So that whole yellow portion is one lot and block description. That's one lot. And so as part of the second step in this process, if we would get approval for this, we've already engaged a surveyor who, we've explained the situation to, and what he would do is create new legal descriptions. So, for example, take the southwest lot right there, or even the northwest up there, and he would survey off and create a new legal description for just the part of that old lot block description that touches that lot. So it wouldn't be joint ownership of this one huge, long.
Right.
It would be broken up to what touches
But
each individual business
let's
owner.
say owner on the far left kept his property mowed, but the next owner didn't, you got one strip of property with, and they would still have to join in and just pay to have the whole thing mowed or something. I mean, I don't see them parceling out. I think I'm making the point there, but anyway.
If that's what they chose to do, you're right.
Any other questions? I might have one, and I might be looking at this wrong. So it appears, is there so here's a lot here. It looks like there's another kind of skinny, am I seeing 3 green lines there? Rob? Okay, it doesn't.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is a sliver that runs along here, and then this is the common lot section that is being referred to. I don't know if that sliver down there is part of it. And then it, as mentioned, it continues all the way south on both sides.
And that one's not showing any ownership, correct? So is that shown as right of way already? Or am I reading that wrong?
Yes, typically if there's no ownership, it would be public right of way, but in this case, I don't know if the counties, if these records are correct or not.
I saw that, I wasn't sure if there's another little lot, spite strip or whatever you can call it in there. So, any other questions
I
from
have a
council?
question.
Yes,
Okay.
Councilor.
I just want to be clear, or just so I'm clear, why the business association has not been maintaining that.
So it's my understanding, so I don't have a lot of insight on what's been happening on the grounds there. But it's my understanding that the portions that have not been maintained is because there's been that confusion between the developer and the Business Owners Association where he held back part of that common area and removed it from the CC&Rs as common area. And so the Business Owners Association thought that by him doing that, he was going to be responsible for the maintenance of it. and then they were maintaining the rest of the areas. That's my understanding.
So who makes up the Business Owners Association? All of the property owners there?
All of the property owners within the plats for these phases.
Okay, well, just, because you've talked a couple times about pride of ownership, so I'm just curious if it got to a point where code enforcement had to go out there, why they didn't then kind of come together and take some action to just make sure that it was done, regardless of, you know, who owned it. But, so the people that are part of this Business Owners Association are also the same people that own those properties that we're talking about, and they all want to basically dissolve this association and take on their strip.
That's my understanding. That's what our clients have conveyed to us, yes.
But we don't have anything to see in, like, any kind of testimonies from them that says that they'll take it on and that they'll maintain it.
I mean, I don't know, Curtis, do you?
Nothing.
No, we don't. I just have, he's an officer of the Business Owners Association, and he's who we've been working with that's, been asking us to do this.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I was just gonna add, I think, and Katie, you're doing a good job, but I don't know that you probably have all the information that's gonna make us comfortable, because now 4 of us have asked the same question, and you've answered it the same way, and it's still, there's this uncomfortable feeling that we agree with this, and then some of the business owners say, no, we don't wanna maintain that, in fact. And I mean, I hear you saying that they all agreed, but it's very subjective, and it's not that, personally, it's not that I don't believe that what you're telling me, it's just, I'd sure like some sort of assurance, I guess, and Councilman Williams said this earlier, some sort of assurance that they're gonna take care of it if we go ahead and go through this process.
How many business owners are there?
Yeah, and how many, good point, how many business owners are there? I think there's this piece of information about the business owners that I think, that I just don't totally understand yet.
Okay. Just to kind of piggyback on what he's saying, I think my concern with it is if they're all part of this Business Owners Association, and I don't know if they pay into it or how that works, and it's still not getting done, and then we take away the association and then we rely on them to get it done on their own, when they're part of an association, it's not getting done. So I want to be clear with, something with the, I don't know if maybe you can answer this, or maybe we have to defer to, Mr. Hilty, but just so I'm clear, if this happens, then that portion behind them is automatically assigned to them as then part of their property, or just part of their responsibility? Like, if they go to sell that, they sell it with that strip, that, whatever that little strip is?
Do you want me to answer, or do you?
Whoever has the answer is fine.
So I guess I'll explain it as I understand it, and then if you wanna add on or correct me, I'll go for it, or. So what would happen is the plat notes would be vacated, which is just what we're considering in this hearing. Then we would go out and get the surveyor, get the little pieces broken up, and deed them to the property owner. And those are within those plats, and so the requirements of those old plats still apply. They're within that platted subdivision. And so, they would be subject to the CC&Rs of Sky Ranch Business Center. And we have we've already drafted up, CC&R amendments, changing the obligation from the Business Owners Association to the individual property owners. So they would be obligated by CC&Rs to maintain those areas, which would then travel, a title search would reveal that when you go to sell it to the next person.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. I know, Mr. Moore, you had signed up to not testify. I'm not sure if you want to or not. It's.
I don't wanna maintain this anymore.
Okay. It's up to you if you'd like to come or not, so. Okay, yeah, why don't you come on down then, so. So if you'll just state your name and your address, and then you wanna just give a brief synopsis, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Curtis Moore, and I'm part of the Business Owners Association. The business I represent is Imaging Center of Idaho. I guess it's Teton Radiology now, we just got bought out, but 4519 Enterprise Way. So we're right on the top corner, right at the entrance of the Business Owners Association. I'll try to keep it brief. I've been out there for 15 years, so I've kind of got a long history with this whole deal. I haven't been a a direct part of the association up until last year, when everything kind of went awry with the landscaping and stuff. And that's when I got pulled into it, and now I'm the president or board chairman or whatever. What happened with that was that the prior board members, there was one particular individual that was the president that really kind of ran the show. The other two were just kind of there on paper. He sold his property, so he was no longer the president. Well, before he did that, he had told the landscape company to not maintain the area along 2026 because his understanding was ITD was buying it, and that the transaction had actually happened is what he had been told. So he just said, if ITD owns it, we're not maintaining it, you know? So that's where that kind of started last year. And then the other side of Smead Parkway on, which has a big sign there, isn't even part of the association. So right there, yeah. So that part, there is a big sign there that says Sky Ranch Business Owner Association, but it's not even part of the association. It's owned by some other entity. It was Eisenberg at the time, but I think he sold it since then. And the same individual also decided at that point, even though the association has maintained it for 15, 20 years, whatever it was, that they never got reimbursed by that. So he just said, stop maintaining it, right? And that's kind of what started the ball rolling last year, because it's been maintained up until last year, without any issues. Well, my business is right in front of that, and I actually am the one that made a call to the developer and said, what's going on with the common areas, because I'm getting complaints from, you know, customers, and it looks like crap out here, and he said, I need your help. That's how I got involved in this whole deal. The history behind some of the other stuff, so we came in, we cleaned it all up, we got everything taken care of. The history with the overall picture of the association, from my understanding, it's been a long-standing issue with the common areas, and part of it had to do with urban renewal coming in. So originally development, it was supposed to be developed all in one piece. There's sections of it down in the middle part where, like Fresca's at, and some of that area was part of urban renewal. Well, the city didn't require urban renewal to have a common area and maintain that common area. And so there was issues with some of that stuff, even though it's the same area. And my understanding is that that's been a long-term fight over things. Ultimately, the majority of the common area is maintained or is directly related to about 6 different properties. There's about, I think there's 42 lots in Sky Ranch Business Owners Association. Most of them are all industrial lots down at the end, some of the big guys down at the end. They don't feel they get any benefit and they don't have any common areas that are touching there. The only common areas are along Smead Parkway and Highway 2026 and along Horton Lateral. And so they were like, why am I paying dues for this? Because I'm not getting any benefit from it. So we actually took a vote with the association. It was voted to dissolve last fall. And part of that vote to dissolve was to deed the adjoining property to the common area to the adjoining property owners legally, make it part of their property, and they would maintain it because the association is going to dissolve. They voted to dissolve. We're just trying to clean things up and help everything out along the way. That's why we're trying to do this the right way, so it's not a mess for everybody else down the road. And so that's kind of some historical background on some of it. This year, and we took the vote. We have documented votes for everybody that voted and how they voted, and it was a 78% vote to dissolve. Everybody and our property included in this, we're all maintaining it. All the property owners that are adjacent to it are maintaining it this year. We're not charging dues this year because we voted to dissolve. But everybody is on board with that, and everybody's taking care of them this year. So that's kind of some historical stuff with some of that.
Yeah, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that you kind of filling in some of the gaps here, but I'm still the same place I was, and that is, keep hearing about this vote and everybody's in favor of it, but, you know, were all of the business owners there for the vote? You know, have all the business owners agreed in, I think,
We have documented votes for everybody.
yeah, no, I understand
Yeah.
that, but I guess where I'm getting, and maybe, Mark, I'll ask this question to you, is in order for this council member to feel comfortable with this, I'd like to see something in writing, some sort of document, or some sort of signed document from these business owners that say, yes, indeed, this is what we've agreed to do. We've also agreed to maintain this, you know, if we follow these two steps. And it's not like, Katie, I totally trust both of you. I think what you're communicating is absolutely honest. It's just, I don't have there's nothing binding those guys, those business owners, to do that at this point. They could change their mind. And we've gone through this whole process of, you know, trying to do this, and what takes one rogue landowner to say, nah, I've changed my mind, I'm not gonna do it. And so, Mark, I don't know if there's a way to, a legal mechanism to assure that they're bound to this agreement, or I don't know if that's something that can be done, but it almost would take something like that for me to be comfortable with voting in favor of this.
I think there's, at least in my mind, there's two separate issues. I think that the petition to vacate that's been crafted, apparently with Mr. Waterman's input, I did talk to him about this briefly, and clearly not in enough detail. So my apologies to council for that. They're proposing to do will accomplish their ends, right? It would allow the association to dissolve, the vacation of the plat notes with the follow-on of the lot line adjustments and the new surveys would mean that these parcels would go into private ownership. The concern is about the ongoing maintenance, and council knows this is 2026. This is a gateway corridor into the city. That landscaping is important. Landscaping is not. And I'm not sure, CCNRs are not a bad idea, but the CCNRs, are not enforceable by the city, and ended without input from the city. So they may amend them to require maintenance, and then they may amend them later. And so I'm not unmindful, Mr. Mapp, of your concern about code enforcement with multiple owners, but one path forward is to acknowledge that, you know, the grand vision here didn't come to fruition. So we've got, you know, a business community out there that's wants to go a different direction on the maintenance obligation for these areas. Council could consider that. There's a potential for, you know, some additional code enforcement would do that with that I think Jerome is right. But I don't think you should do this without some pretty solid assurance that the city has an enforceable right of some require these individual owners. Because if we don't do, and I'm not casting aspersions on any owner out there today, I'm sure everybody's gonna stand up and do what they say they're gonna do. But we did see on Marble Front where that fell. And I'm not sure whether that position has been fully fleshed out. It is true that homeowners have an obligation to maintain landscaping inside the right-of-way adjacent to their property. I think maybe what I'm coming toward, Mayor, is that we continue this for some period of time to figure out how do we get that second piece so that if the council vacate the plat notes and allow these to become incorporated into the adjoining private parcels, that there remains some kind of.
And Mr. Mayor and Mark, of course, you've said it better than we've been saying it, and I think you've kind of summed up kind of what we've been talking about, right? I'm willing, I'm willing to accept that this may be a good path forward. But there just seems that we need some more assurances that, that it will be taken care of. Your point is well made. That's one of the most important interests to the community on 2026. And if that's not maintained, that's not good for anybody. And so I appreciate your comments. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Any other questions?
I just had one quick
Yes.
one. Mr. Moore, just so I understand it right, if we did this vacation situation, not all the property owners are affected. They don't have, it's just a select number
Yeah,
of
it's about
property
6,
owners.
I think, yeah.
How many did you say?
I think it's about 6.
Oh, so it's a small number.
It's a very small number that this is even affecting.
Okay, so those assurances that Mr. Hilty were talking about wouldn't be that hard to get because it's not a big number of people.
No.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we had one person signed up in neutral, but they crossed their name out. I'm thinking they put it on the wrong one, but I just want to confirm. It was Mike Kaplan. Just want to make sure he's not here. Doesn't want to.
He's the guy with the pool.
Okay, that's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure. So we do have one person signed up in opposition to testify. Ms. Tressa Dodge, if you'd please come forward, state your name and address, and then the time is yours.
Hi there. My name is Tressa Dodge, and I live at 13801 Mariposa Street. This is going to be redundant, so it's going to be short because I waited this entire time, so I'm still going to say it. But I'm really glad some of the discussion that I heard here tonight. My main point was to, before you did make a decision, written testimony from the individual owners who are taking on the responsibility is crucial before making a decision. Basically, absent that testimony, this is a financial and ongoing maintenance obligation shift by an association, and it needs to be confirmed by everybody. That's all I got.
Okay, very good. Any questions, council? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. Okay, very good. So with that, if, Katie, if you'd like to come forward with any rebuttal, you're more than welcome to if you wish to do so.
Sure, just really quickly, this is the whole point of the public hearing process, is for people who are in opposition or in support of a project to appear and make their grievances heard. And as you've seen, we haven't seen any business owners here to oppose this. And I think that if, there was great opposition to this, they would have been here. So I'd just like to make that clear for the record that, there wasn't, all these people didn't come and show up and say, we don't want this. And there wasn't any written testimony submitted in opposition either, to my understanding. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
Very good. Any questions from council?
Were they given notices by any chance by your office? I'm just curious because we had an incident not too long ago where there was some opposition and then they just said they didn't know, even though their public hearings and posted, did they know that you were coming to do this tonight?
So it's my understanding that the city of Caldwell mailed out legal notices to owners within, I believe, 300 feet of every plat that was affected.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. With that, is there a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Very good. So then that moves us into discussion, motions, thoughts from the council. So the time is yours. The floor is yours.
Postpone a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, I think Mark has the best pathway forward. He's outlined the best pathway forward, and that is to let Katie and Doug Waterman get back together and try to find a method to provide us some more assurance as to what the outcome of this is going to be. And again, I just feel like I need more information in order to make this decision. And so I would be supportive of delaying a decision on this. I don't know if we need to establish a time or until it's a time certain for that.
August 18th would be the next.
18th. Okay, so let me shoot for a motion here and see if it works. Mr. Mayor, I would move that the decision on this order of business be delayed until August 18th.
Okay. And maybe could I just add a couple caveats in there, because public testimony portion has been closed. So it looks like the council, and again, if this motion is approved, you're wanting some assurances from those property owners abutting this, that they are in agreement, whether that's signed documents or whatever it may be, showing that they are in agreement of taking on the responsibility of that abutting their properties. Is that more or less kind of correct of what you'd like to see?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we can add that language to the motion. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I think that,
And I think that's more for the applicant, of knowing what they need to provide to staff. And then obviously that can be provided to council and then determined from that point forward. So that would be a motion to continue this item, to a date certain of August 18th. Be here in this chambers. That meeting will begin at 7 p.m. This would be under old business. 6 p.m., thank you. Yes, if it wasn't 7, it'd be 10:30 right now. It'd be even later than it is. So it'll be August 18th at 6 p.m. in these chambers. Would be the one of the items under old business for that evening. And so we do have that motion from Councilor McGee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Williams. Again, to continue this item to that time and date certain. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes. So it gives you a little time to get those things together and get that to staff, and then that can be forwarded on to council for their review. And we'll see you again in a month. So, yes, thank you so much. Okay, so that concludes that item for the moment. Moves us on to
10 is not necessary.
10 is not necessary. Yep, that would be continued as well. So, action item number 11, consider resolution authorizing the formation of local improvement district 22-1 and set the protest hearing date for August 18th, 2022 at the regularly scheduled city council meeting at 6 p.m. So this is a resolution of intention to form a voluntary LID 22-1 for the reconstruction of the Jefferson Park subdivision irrigation pump station. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council, I will try to keep this brief. The Jefferson Park subdivision was built more or less in the 90s with a pump station and a irrigation system that is all privately owned and maintained by the subdivision. The trick is that the subdivision does not have an HOA to maintain it, and so back many years ago, they formed a water users association to try to maintain this pump station. The pump station has been voluntarily maintained by a select few individuals in the subdivision who are now getting close to their 80s, at least one of them, and he wants to retire from maintaining the pump station for free. And so the subdivision, I also live in this subdivision. The people found out that I worked for the city, and so they started asking me questions. And the solution to the problem, my opinion is that the best solution to the problem is to form an LID to fund the rebuild of the pump station to bring it up to city standards. And then once it is brought up to city standards, it will be dedicated to the city. All of the irrigation main lines will still remain private, because we cannot easily upgrade those. The city will maintain the pump station and own the pump station and operate it. All of the parcels there that are in red are the ones that we have been able to identify that are connected to this private irrigation system. And the intent is that these parcels would then be annexed into Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District, where they would pay their fee to the city for irrigation, and they would not be paying it to this Water Users Association and to Pioneer Irrigation District. We have gone through great lengths to reach out and contact all these property owners, and at this point I have been keeping a tally, and so far we are about 74% of these property owners are in favor of the LID. I have received some estimates, at least one estimate from a very reliable, contractor to rebuild the pump station. And so I've been able to give an estimate to all these property owners. And at this point, the LID process is laid out very specifically in state code. This is the first step, is to basically, form or demonstrate our intent to form an LID. After this meeting tonight, if this action is approved and the city council feels it's appropriate to move forward, the property owners will be, notified that there will be a public meeting, in 30 days, or at the second meeting in August, where they can come protest, and we hope at that time that we would be able to form the LID officially. And then from there, we would go out to bid, get a contractor to rebuild the pump station, and then the assessments would then be, levied back on these property owners that are within this area.
Very good. And that, you just answered the question I was gonna ask, just for clarification. So the construction cost of this is ultimately borne by all these people in the red as they pay that back over time, not the
That is
city of
correct.
Caldwell.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? Yes.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it'd be appropriate, but maybe we should just make Mr. McDonald responsible for the pump, and he can maintain it.
I was thinking he should form the HOA and be the president.
No, we like it the way it is, but we just feel like for the pump station, this is the best. For long-term, this is definitely the best way to move forward. And that's certainly my opinion.
Very good. Questions? Any other questions from the council? Okay, so basically, as Mr. McDonald stated too, this is just a resolution to authorize the formation of the LID. It does not approve it tonight, just a resolution for that. Neighbors would be notified of that meeting in August where they could come and yay or nay and give us their opinions and thoughts on it. So with that, is there
I have a quick
yes,
question.
go right ahead.
Maybe just for you, but
Mhm.
what's the city requirement? What percentage of yes votes do you have to form an LID?
Mr. McDonald?
So conventionally, the city has always required 60%. And this is still considered a voluntary LID, if you have more than 60%. Whether that 60% number is in state code, I'm not sure if it is or not. But traditionally, city council has always wanted to exceed that 60% threshold.
So in 30 days, we should know whether we have over 60%.
Yeah.
And we have 74%. I've received email, I have a whole bunch of documents. So I'm confident that we're gonna be well beyond 60%.
And technically, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Rob, every single one of them could be against it, and the city council could still impose an LID, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so if
Not
there
that
was
we
a
want to, but
situation
if
where
we could.
the subdivision didn't wanna do this, and then no one maintained the pump station, and then the whole irrigation system went defunct, then I think the city, I'm no attorney, but I think the city does have the prerogative to require that and
Yeah.
force that LID.
Or Mark's out of the room, so you are the attorney for right now, so. So we'll hold you to that, so. Okay, very good. Okay, again, this is just a resolution to allow this to come back on August 18th, after proper notification to the property owners. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
And do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Stoddard for approval of the resolution authorizing the formation of the LID for this to come back on August 18th. That's the regularly scheduled city council meeting at 6 p.m. that evening. And the voting is open. And voting is closed and locked, and that is unanimous. So we will hear this again in 2 weeks, well, 4 weeks, sorry. And that concludes that item. And that moves us on to action item number 12, consider acceptance of the finance report. I'm guessing since Brad isn't here, Mr. Counselor Williams, you.
Sorry, it's Brad tonight. We'll have to wait. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move the accounts payable in the amount of $2,702,765.33, represented by check numbers 163,225 through 163,549, and payroll for the amount of $539,222.37, represented by check numbers 37,380 through 37,463, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Williams, a second from Counselor Allgood for the acceptance of the finance report as written. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes. Real quick too, before we get into council reports, just want to remind everybody in regards to the item that was continued tonight for the vacation. So that is still an open, ongoing item. So you should have no discussion with anybody in regards to that item unless it's here in the public meeting forum. So if you have people reach out to you, whoever it may be, indicate that to them, you know, that you're not trying to be rude or anything like that, but you need to be aware of that so you don't have that type of ex parte communication. So just be aware that is an active, open item, and just be very cautious if people try to speak to you about that. So, okay, with that, Counselor Register, any comments tonight?
Well, I was gonna congratulate, Councilman Doty on his promotion to major, but he's not here, so this was his only chance. That's it. We're not ever congratulating him again. And then I guess there's the final of the karaoke, Caldwell karaoke contest tomorrow, so I'll be there judging with Chuck, I believe. And I think Jeff, you've been judging, though, right?
Once.
So just want to invite everybody down to that.
Very good, that should be fun, lots of fun. Counselor Stoddard?
Caldwell Beverage deal on the HVAC, appreciate Brent working with, Terry Harrell and the rest of the folks. They're finally gonna get that thing fixed, and it looks like it's gonna be under the $40,000 that we budgeted. And just the other point on the, results of the July 4th parade donation to the veterans, we're still waiting. I guess the one young lady's out on medical leave.
Yep,
so
yeah, she is, so yeah.
Just gonna wait for the figure when she comes back.
Yep,
So,
perfect, sounds
thank
great.
you.
Counselor Williams?
Thank you. I just want to apologize to Mr. Mapp that I wasn't able to make it to his, celebration tonight. Work precluded that, but congratulations again, and thank you for all you've done for the city.
Thank you so much. Council President Algen?
Second Councilor Williams' statement, same exact thing, I wasn't able to make it, but I wish you all the very, very best. Quick question for Mr. Hilty. We recently, had someone request our text messages from our phone or whatever. There was no further instruction with that. Is there any obligation that we maintain anything on our phones, or, I mean, our phones are still our own, or, I just don't wanna do anything wrong, but I don't keep my phone messages.
So, and I think I've talked to, I know I've talked to all of you about this at some point or another. There are a couple rules of thumb that you really should try to abide by. One is to use, a city-issued phone for all of your city business, as well as email account. That way, the difficult part of it is when you create public records, obligation that goes along with it to categorize those records and to maintain them. There's certain maintenance responsibilities. When that's on a city phone, a city email account, the city can assist with that process. They're easier to locate and so forth. So that's the primary request. I know that's not easy. It would not be easy for me. I probably even said that if I were in your shoes. I also think that might be an opportunity, Mayor, for us to have some additional training on this. Because it's legal advice and I can prepare a specific memorandum for the city council, we may be able to have that in an executive session. How to convey some of the legal advice that surrounds these issues of public records and so forth. So if you're.
Yeah.
My office be happy to come over and.
Sounds good, I'm sure Ms. Geyer can get that arranged, so, very good. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, Councilman McGee?
Mayor, I'll yield my time to you.
Oh, thank you so very much. Well, I don't have much, again, just to congratulate Mr. Mapps. I'm super excited. I know when he came in my office and told me, it was just pure joy for him. All the years of service he's given, I'm excited for him to have the time. Excited for his wife to have him give the time and be there. So please let her know how much we appreciate her. Yes, please come to the mic, and her allowing to share you with us for so many years. And so please do let her know how much we appreciate her for what she's done to allow you to do what you've done.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm going to be very brief. I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I came here in 1998, as a hearing examiner. At that time, there were two of us, and we split 1 month after another. And you kept me on as a hearing examiner. And I didn't realize how much growth that I approved in this community until I became the planning director. You know, it's bittersweet. There's a lot of work to be done. This is a great city. Personally, I see so much opportunity, and Caldwell's become a destination for this valley, and that's, you know, that's exciting, and very exciting to where it's going to be going in the future. And downtown, fantastic.
It is, I agree. Thank you so much. So heartfelt, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Ted.
I don't know if it looked quite as good on you as it does on him though, so, and the shoes, I love his shoes, so, awesome, okay, very good. So, yeah, just appreciate everybody tonight and everything that we were able to accomplish, and things are great, so just keep moving onward. So, with that, do we have a motion to, so actually, before we adjourn, we have an executive session, so a motion to go into, executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Stoddard to go into executive session. And we do need to, the clerk is gonna call the roll.
All good?
Oh,
Yes. The motion needs to identify the subsection.
oh, that's correct,
out
sorry.
in your agenda.
So there'll be the amending the, motion, if that's okay with the motion maker. This is for the purpose of considering labor.
Read it into the.
Yep, go for it.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code Section 74-206, Section 1J, for the purpose of considering labor contract matters authorized under Section 67-2345A, A and B.
Perfect. And we have a second to that motion.
Second.
Very good. So we have the amended motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Stoddard, to go into executive session pursuant to the item that he listed in his motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alden?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
McKee?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Stoddard?
Yes.
Very good. That passes.